So yet another beautiful day in the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis in the Leeward Islands. We are here at the Connery Sports Complex, the cricket field, and as you see in your frame, the umpires are already in the middle, and that's umpire Jonathan Blades and Ryan Banwari. Just to the left of your screen, umpire Bernard Joseph, our fourth official. And this encounter in round 2 of the CWI 4-Day Championship edition 2024 between the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force and the West Indies Academy. We are going into day 3, and as it stands, the West Indies Academy opting to bat first when they won the toss, scored 163, and the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force are replying with 329. And then the Academy in their second innings at the close of play on day 2, 84 for 3. And across the 2 days so far, so many wonderful performances to talk about. And to help me chat about them, and moving into day 3, the first part of day 3, as the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force make their way onto the field, is none other than Gary Pemberton. Good morning to you, Gary.
Good morning to you, Gerard. Good morning to listeners. And we are hoping for a full day's play here at the Connery Sporting Complex. It's good conditions, very sunny and nice, but the West Indies Academy, they're certainly up against it. There's still some 82 runs behind. They will have to make 82 runs before they could even think about asking the Red Force to bat again. So they will be starting on the back foot somewhat, and they're hoping that these two can continue to bat well. They would have put on a partnership so far of some 32 runs, and Mbiki Joseph came in at number 4. He's not out on 34, and the captain Naeem Young, I'm sure, will want to get amongst the runs. He's not out on 3, so they're hoping to get a good start on day 3.
And speaking about a start on day 3, I saw Anderson Phillip just marking his run, going through his paces from the commentary booth end, or the Heroes Park end as I love to call it. Heroes Park sitting just behind us here in the commentary booth, and umpire Blades it is who is going to start us off from this end this morning. So Anderson Phillip indeed it is, with the ball in hand, and the signal from the umpires to the scorers and a signal back indicates that we are just about at the 10 a.m. mark in the Eastern Caribbean, and we are ready for day 3. And Gary mentioned the captain Naeem Young, and he's going to be taking a strike first. Of course, they do have right hand, left hand combination in place at the moment, the academy. Anderson Phillip on the money immediately to start, going fuller rather than shorter.
Solid defensive shot from Naeem Young, so hopefully that's an indication that he plans to spend a long time in the middle today, because his team will really need him to step up as a captain and play a captain's innings here today.
We speak so much about the longer format, as you speak about Naeem Young spending time out there, and this of course is not a T10 or a T20. It's not the white ball format, it's a red ball format. It's a 4-day game. What are some of the elements you think, Gary, to that time spending that you need to do as a batter in this format? Anderson Phillip, similar length, similar execution by Naeem Young. What are some of?
As a batsman, first of all, you would want to be patient. You have to be patient. If you want to bat long, you need to be patient. You don't want to be rushing it. You have to take your time. You have to watch the ball onto the bat as long as possible, as late as possible, and just be patient. Then you play the ball in the V for starters. Make sure you get your eyes set, and then once you're set, then things should come easy after that.
So 2 dot balls to start with from Anderson Phillip. He's operating with a 1 slip and a gully. Man on the backward point boundary. Extra cover and mid-off on the offside. And a similar length, a similar defensive stroke from Naeem Young. And on the leg side, a fine leg, a deep backward square leg, short mid wicket, and a mid-on. So a lot of open spaces to start with this morning.
Yes, but he has been on the stumps, bowling straight, and Naeem Young has been defensive and looked solid. The first couple of deliveries he has looked solid, so Let us hope that that is a sign of good things to come. And there's a nice cooling breeze coming across the outfield. So,
Indeed, even though the sun has been hot here in St. Kitts, the breeze on this island is remarkable. A little bit shorter this time and turned into the leg side. Those wide open spaces, one of them at square leg, and Naim Young is off and running this morning.
yeah, he got a single, the ball rushed him a bit, came back in towards him, and he played a hurried defensive shot, but he came from the inner portion of the bat, and I was able to get the first run of the morning. So with that single, they have gone on to 85, still trailed by some 81 runs.
Yeah, so Mbiki Joseph, who, if you recall, ended the day 2 in some style, in some fashion, stamping his authority, hitting one that left the Connery cricket field and ended up in the roadway. That last delivery of the day. And he's going to take his guard in that fashion, made popular by another left-hander, a legend of West Indies cricket and world cricket, the one Shivnarine Chandapal, who's now in the United States of America and doing a lot of coaching and coaching their youth team. And Anderson Phillip will run in again. And this time is just outside that off stump, that angle, because he's chosen to go over the wicket to the left-hander.
Yes, just outside the off stump of the left-handed Joseph. You have the one slip and a gully just behind the bat. So you're just trying to hold that off stump line to the left-handed Mbiki Joseph.
Yeah. I just want to go back. You're talking about Naim Young's approach. Mbiki Joseph, on the other hand, is an aggressive-natured player. And as we mentioned, that last delivery of day 2, he hit over extra cover for 6. Short from Philip. Ducking is Mbiki Joseph. What you think might be the approach from an aggressive-natured player like Mbiki Joseph here?
So it's a good shot delivery to end that over. But even though you are an aggressive batsman, you still need to get yourself set. You would have the play ended yesterday. Is a new day. You have to start afresh. So you still need to get your eyes in. And once you get your eyes in and you're set and you're picking up the pace of the pitch, then you can start to play your stroke. But there's no way you can just come out into the middle and start beating ball from ball one. You still need to get set. Sometimes it happens. It happens at times, but most times you want to get yourself in first before you start to be aggressive.
I think one person named Ben Duckett would disagree with you. Of course, England and India, a locked-in battle in India. Ben Duckett, another test century to his name. Of course, the effervescent and consistent Kane Williamson as well. Carrie Pear will start off spin from the northern end and starts middle stump line. Forward and defending is Captain Naim Young. So I think some of those players may disagree with you in the modern era, but definitely we're talking about that time that they need to spend at the crease. Carrie Pear a little bit shorter on this occasion, but similar middle stump line. And insofar as we're talking about that time, what do you think as Naim Young is on strike, 85 for 3 as we go into this over? Fuller from Pear. What do you think might be some of those self-conversations in the head of Naim Young, first of all?
Well, first of all, he will be mindful of the fact that they are still 81 runs behind, and they will want to bat in partnership, maybe take it down to 75 and come down to 50. You just do it in stages, and then I'm sure after time you'll be able to erase that deficit.
Carrie Pear, middle stump line. Beacon of consistency, Carrie Pear, in terms of his bowling, at least as we've seen through this game. Would not have seen him much as he was a bit shorter. Would not have seen him at all, in fact, in that first round, that truncated game against the defending champions Guyana Harpy Eagles. The Red Force only batting for a brief time in that game. The Carrie Pear over, maiden to start with from the northern end from Carrie Pear, and 85 for 3 it remains, and that first innings deficit of 81 still there. but definitely a beacon of consistency from Carripier, and possibly with a turning ball. We saw Ashmead Ned and Joshua Bishop getting some to turn yesterday. Maybe Captain Brian Charles may be calling on his spinners a little bit more this morning, or during the course of the day, for however long the academy bats. Anderson Phillip continues, and he's going over the wicket. Short again as he ended the last over, and Mbiki Joseph is watchful.
Well, another short delivery, and Mbiki Joseph that watches it go through, or just ducked underneath it, allows it to go through. A good tight over there from Carripier. So yes, Brian Charles came in the attack early in the West Indies Academy second innings, and I'm sure he'll just be looking at how the Carripier goes from the far end before he can make his decisions. But the spinners should be able to extract some turn and some bounce out of this chip here at the Connery Sporting Complex.
Speaking about bounce, Anderson Phillip going short first up. And back of a length this time, but on the legs, and turned away into square leg. Jaden Seals does the fielding, and choosing to go short on the first delivery. Umpire Jonathan Blades letting him know one for the over, so may not see another short ball in the over. That may be something that Mbiki Joseph should be aware of.
That was a leg by that shot. He was looking to turn it into the onside, came off the thigh pad. So one more to the total.
In fact, Naeem Young, as he comes on strike, he'd probably be aware of that short ball, the first delivery, and then the back of a length on the second delivery. So he may be looking for those fuller deliveries.
He may be looking for a Yorker length delivery
as well. Anderson Phillip is just back of a length again, but not as short as the first previous two deliveries.
And Young was confidently in behind it, just pushed it down to the offside. So he looked quite confident and solid so far for the morning.
And you're talking about those conversations he may have in the back of his mind, and of course key in that, I guess for him more than any of the other players on the team, he has that captaincy conversation going on in the back of his mind as well. Of course the other players obviously would have those thoughts in their mind of the team. A short ball again from Phillip, and the signal from umpire Blades. And as you hear in the stumps mic, umpire Blades letting him know that's 2 for the over, so he definitely can't go short again, else he'll be called for a no ball. But those conversations as a captain, as opposed to the players thinking about, okay, what do I need to do for the team, I think there's a lot more pressure on a captain.
Yeah, as the captain, because you're the one who want to bring out the best in your players, and you have to also lead from the front as the captain, whether you're batting or bowling or even in the field.
Fuller, and punched away to Jason Mohammed in the extra cover region. And we've spoken quite a bit about Naeem Young's captaincy, because we had the benefit of seeing him in 2 games. We called that Leeward Islands Academy game at Warner Park in the first round, and then we've been able to sit here and look at him. And a learning curve. We've spoken about that on so many occasions throughout calling the games of the academy. And that learning curve for all these chaps, I think the oldest in the academy, I think, is 23, if I'm not mistaken. I'll have to check back on my sheet. Back of a length, and defended nicely in line is a Naeem Young. But from a captaincy perspective, that progression and that learning curve as we come upon the end of the Anderson Phillip over, just a leg by in the over, 86 for 3, deficit still 80. What are some of the things we've seen, Gary, that have impressed us with Naeem's captaincy?
Well, as I said, in the first game when things were going his way, he was able to keep the pressure on the Leeward's batsman. He kept the field in appropriate position and was able to keep the pressure on the Leeward's players. In this game, when things were not going so well, I thought they probably, as a team, they got a bit, they were laid back, a bit too relaxed, because nothing was happening. It's like almost like they were waiting for something to happen. But as soon as they would have gotten a wicket, then you see the whole body language would have changed. So, as you said, it's a learning process, and if things are not going well, you just have to try and stick to it and ensure that you don't allow the batting team to run away with things.
Carrie Pear is going to continue from that northern end, and just a couple of changes in the field. The left-handed Mbiki Joseph will be on strike, and Jason Mohammed was just moved from the offside onto the leg side. He's going into what would be a regulation mid-wicket position. There is a wide long on in place. Carrie Pear turning the ball into Mbiki Joseph, or would be hoping so to do. Middle stump line again, and just holding its line. Joseph defends nicely.
So lots of chatter on the field. You can hear it coming to the stump microphone.
Yeah, that's Amir Django behind the sticks, and possibly just getting, possibly there is of course Joshua De Silva, who is also very chatty behind the sticks. And bowled him, has he? Yes, he has. You heard it in your stump mic. The clatter that brings the first wicket of the morning for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force.
A wonderful delivery. He was playing for the one to come back in towards him. That one held its own and went straight through. And the off stump rock back. So a good breakthrough for the Leewers, for the Red Force, but the disappointment for Mbiki Joseph.
Yes, and he ended the day, and that slow walk just outside of your shot. He's walking back slowly, mightily disappointed. Mbiki Joseph getting a start, getting into the 30s, and not able to carry on. But Carrie Pear definitely doing the business here. That perfect spinner's length, whereby you draw the batter forward, and as Gary mentioned, playing for one thing and the ball doing something totally different. So Carrie Pear showing his wares here and his quality. And for me, I've been saying throughout this game that I'm so pleased and so glad that Carrie Pear is playing the red ball game, because he gets the opportunity to play around with his craft. He gets a lot more than just 24 deliveries or 60 deliveries. So he can play around with his craft and play around with the conditions, as Teddy Bishop it is who walks to the middle. And we're glad to see Teddy Bishop coming to the middle. He copped a little injury during their bowling effort. And as of the start of play, the support staff of the academy had told me they had to do one more check with the doctors with him this morning when he arrived, just to ensure that everything is okay. But last evening, the strength and conditioning coach told me, and the physio, that he was able to grip the bat. Okay. So they expected him to come in this morning. So we're glad to see him here out in the middle. False start.
He wasn't quite ready.
They told me that he could grip the bat last night. The physio told me yesterday evening before they left, he said, but that's going to be the test when he walks out there, because even though we did the test, when he grips the bat and he feels the ball on the bat,
thing, yeah.
it's going to be different. A little bit more flight from Carrie Pear. And Teddy Bishop is defending nicely, but you can see just a hint of hesitation in terms of how he's executing the shot.
Oh yes, Gary. Yes,
a little bit more confident on this occasion in his forward defensive shot.
And that's what Pierre would want to do. Flight it some more, allow him to come to, make him drive, make him use the wrist, use the hands.
Speaking about flight, he's a little bit flatter on this occasion. And Carrie Pear is definitely one of those bowlers that uses, as he comes to an end of a very successful over, wicket maiden wicket over. He is one of those bowlers that changes his pace quite a lot.
Yes, he mixes it up in that over. The one that got Mbiki Joseph was a bit slower in the air. Mbiki Joseph was deceived, playing inside the line, and was beaten in bowls. So good breakthrough for the Red Force. And the 86 now for 4, still trailed by 80. So the rest of the academy would have to be careful here.
Yeah, and so much chatter at the end of day 2 I've heard from everyone that they've said that this game is going to end today as Anderson Phillip continues from commentary booth end. Continues on the same back of a length and off stump line that he finished up in the last over.
So early's finish would not be good for business, Vaso.
But I bring that up to say that I am one, again, I mentioned it yesterday when we were chatting that I want to give some credit and some confidence to the young players. We've spoken so much about, that learning curve and so much about them. This is the first time in the tournament. Shorter from Phillip and punched off the back foot into the covers. And I want to give, I want to be hopeful is the word, that they can bat deep into the day, get rid of the deficit and make the Red Force bat again. But that early wicket has just put a spoke in the wheel and bursted that little bubble of hope that I had.
Right, and even though they would have lost the fourth wicket, Teddy Bishop is not a bad player. And if the captain can stick around, who knows, we might see a good partnership.
A little bit fuller and nicely defended by Naim Young, the skipper. And you speak about Teddy Bishop, Gary, and not to forget that first innings before Carey Pear himself got him out LBW, 65 from 74 deliveries, 12 fours, a good strike rate of 88. And so he was the backbone of that 163 in their first innings, and he'll be hoping not just to repeat the dosage, but go a step further.
Yes, most definitely.
Anderson Phillip will have other ideas. Short and just letting it go by.
A good delivery, made some height at the last minute. The batsman was a bit deceived, but he was able to drop the bat and allowed it to go through. Now he's coming down in the pitch to just tap at the area that the ball might have struck, and he got a good bounce, a good lift, and a little bit of pace as well.
Doing some gardening. And again, kudos to the ground staff here at Connery. The pitch has remained in good stead. The outfield has been pristine. And they have done a wonderful job to ensure that we have gotten so far full days of cricket. Short again, pulled away. And can't beat the fielder at a mid-wicket.
Yes, another short delivery. And this time Naheem Young decided to take him on, but he just got it down to Carey Pear as straight as mid-wicket. Didn't get hold of it.
So easily could have miscued it into Carey Pear's hands. Thankfully for Naeem Young, he didn't. But it seems that this short ball ploy is going to continue with a strong leg side field, a long leg, and the backward square leg in place, and that short mid-wicket, all looking for that pull shot. There you go, short again. This one down the leg side, and
too short and too wide has been signaled by the umpire. So it was too short and too wide on the onside. So for a wide to be signaled in a 4-day game, it must be very wide.
Yeah, indeed. And of course, that confirmation coming from umpire Banwari at square leg, standing at square leg, indicating to his compatriot Jonathan Blades that it was indeed too high. It was indeed above head high. Of course, in the red ball format, down the leg side doesn't necessarily mean you're going to get the wide called, but overhead high in any format of cricket is going to be called a wide. So if he's continuing with the short ball ploy, Anderson Phillip has to direct it a lot better, as he does here, more on the off stump line, but just too wide and allowing Naeem Young to punch to backward square.
Yes, so we've seen most of the deliveries from Anderson Phillip have been wide, and I'm sure he will looking maybe to take it up closer to the bat, between bat and pad, get a Yorker length delivery, because the batsman Young is staying back, looking for that short delivery as the over has come to an end.
And at the end of another over, Just the 2 runs, the wide and the single to close off 88 for 4, the West Indies Academy. And that first innings lead is still 78 for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. And Carrie Peer continuing from that northern end with a slip in place in the captain, Brian Charles himself. So he's getting a good view here, Captain Brian Charles. He also has that forward short leg, looks like Cephas Cooper. Gary Peer goes fuller, and as Gary has been talking about in his last over, the flight, so impressive.
Yes, most definitely. So we're in the 6th over of the morning.
One of the things when you flight the ball, as a Carrie Peer is doing, coaches will tell you, it gives the ball time through the air, that the revolutions give it that much more opportunity to spin. Flatter and a bit shorter. Back foot cutting away is the skipper Naim Young.
I think he was probably looking to play square of the wicket, but he got it down to the fielder at mid-off.
There's a backward point just on the prowl, a little bit shorter, and he punches to extra cover Jason Mohammed. That's Jaden Seals at backward point on the prowl, waiting for just exactly that, that probably miscued cut shot.
Yes, so he has been mixing up the first 2 deliveries or slow deliveries. And then the last 3 deliveries were a bit fast, flat and fast. This one was more on the stump. The previous 2 were just about outside the off stump.
One of the things as well, flatter, looking to cut again, was Naim Young. One of the things with Carrie Peer bowling from that far end is that wind that you mentioned earlier in the morning. It's going to help him with that drift as well, and that's why he wants to flight the ball as well, because when you flight it, it's going to drift into the right hander and then grip and turn away from them. But the end of another over from Carrie Peer, a maiden over again from Carrie Peer. He's bowled 5 and only gone for 9 runs, so economical as always, and picked up that important wicket, that first breakthrough on morning number 3. 88 for 4.
As a matter of fact, I think his 3 overs for the morning have been maiden. Is that so? We'll confirm that in a minute, but I believe so. But we'll, and he would have taken a wicket. The delivery, the batsman Naim Young was giving himself room to play square of the wicket, but he was cramped as the ball came back in towards him, or was just straightened instead of spinning away. It straightened on him.
So, slip on a gully. Anderson Phillip continues, and just short of a good length, but they're skidding through at some pace.
And didn't get up, as he kept a bit low as well. I'm sure Freddie Bishop was looking for it to bounce some more, but it kept a bit low and was taken and low down by the keeper.
Yeah, probably at that length you'd have probably expected Amir Jam probably to take it about waist high. He took it about knee height. So Anderson Phillip, who is one of those bowlers who we mentioned sometime earlier in the game, can get the ball to just skid through on you. There you go, outside the off stump, and I think that the delivery, I was telling you yesterday that he got the wicket of Kadeem Allen. It just seemed to shoot off of the pitch yesterday. Good length, drawing Kadeem Allen forward, and that pace and just skiddy nature that he tends to get.
And another good length delivery bowled by Phillip, and you saw that the batsman Teddy Bishop was looking to give him the chance. I don't know, he probably would have lost concentration, just wanted to throw him off his length, but I'm sure he's mindful of the fact that he would need to stick around and try and clear the deficit.
Yeah, all these conversations in the batter's mind, hearing all the chatter around as well. Having a flash outside the off stump.
Another extravagant drive, so he just need to settle. Maybe Captain Naim Young would want to just call him down and have a quiet word with him just to settle him down somewhat.
Yeah. But of course, in one instance, I guess the movement towards the bowler, not necessarily a bad thing, as you mentioned, Gary, probably trying to throw the bowler off. That's how you counteract when you have a team that's on top. because the Red Force are clearly on top. At this juncture, they only need 6 good deliveries, 6 wicket-taking deliveries to win this game outright. And probably not such a bad thing that Teddy Bishop wants to counteract that.
But you want to counteract, and you don't want to give too many unnecessary chances to the bowler as well.
Fuller and attacking the stumps this time. Anderson Phillip.
Better delivery right on the stumps, and Bishop was taking a few paces down, and then you just have to push it into the onside. So a good over so far from Phillip. He has been able to mix it up, and Teddy Bishop looking to go after the bowler Phillip.
Yeah, and you talk about being selective, and I think that's the mental side of the game. And even in this longer format, it puts that mental. We talk so much about the fitness of players physically, but that mental aspect. Short from Anderson Phillip and cut away. The fielder on the cover point boundary will clean up. Terrence Hines, it seems to be out there. And easy single.
Yes, a short delivery, and he was on top of it, played it well. He went quickly down to the fielder down at the backward of point boundary. So another single to the total, still jailed by 77. Anderson Phillip is in his 7th over, 1 for 23.
And we talk about that mental side, and that's the great thing about the longer format. That's why the next level up from here is called Test match cricket. Fuller driving, picked up an extra cover, short extra cover by Jason Mohammed.
Yes, physical fitness will help you with your mental capabilities and fitness as well. If you're physically fit, then you should be able to focus more and be able to be prepared for any eventuality when you're out in the middle. And will be important for the West Indies Academy, as the over has come to an end. 28 overs have been completed, 89 for 4.
Carrie Peer creating that breakthrough this morning, just beating the bat and the defensive shot of Mbiki Joseph and clean bowling him. Mbiki Joseph getting into the 30s again and not able to carry on. And Carrie Peer with figures of 5 overs 1 for 9. Just going Fuller, darting one, looking for that Yorker length delivery.
So he's actually bowled his 3 overs this morning for no run and picked up a wicket. So yet to consider run in the 3rd day's play here at Connery.
As Carrie Peer continues this one down the leg side, just a polite inquiry, but possibly not turning enough, as well as the batter probably outside the leg stump.
Looking to sweep, a much slower delivery, and it was tempting the batsman. Bishop went for the sweep shot, was struck on the pile.
Fuller and forward defensive, and I think with Carrie Peer in operation and how he's going, if Anderson Phillip doesn't get a breakthrough in the next few overs, I think the captain may call on another spinner. Driven, a foolish one, straight to Jason Mohammed at extra cover.
You hear the chatter from the fielder, maybe the keeper. Yes, carry, yes, carry. Keep the pressure on.
Short down the leg side, and half of an opportunity. Sivas Cooper just not picking up the ball as it came towards him in the air.
Well, it went into his hands and out. He was quickly, but he went into his hands. So a chance, you could say, it went straight into his hands and out. So, he went quickly, but in a position he probably should have held on to it.
Short again, and this time it's pulled and into the vacant mid-wicket region. Signal now by umpire Banwari. 4 runs to Naeem Young.
So Robin Salt into the wound, a chance, a difficult one as it may have been, and then the next delivery swung away by the captain Naeem Young for 4 to bring up the end of that over, and a good way to end the over for the West Indies Academy.
So the end of the over, 94 for 4, still trailing the Academy. And we're going to take a short break, and when we get back, we'll have more action for you from a Connery Cricket Facility.
Welcome back to the Connery Cricket Facility. Anderson Phillip is into bowl. As I say, good morning to Victor Eddy. How are you this morning, Victor?
Good morning. I'm very well so far, and nice to see you in a different position. You're wearing many caps here in this situation. So we have you as an all-rounder here, and a pleasant day once again for cricket. 1 wicket going down for the morning, so it is now at 94 for the loss of 4 wickets. Remember, they had a deficit of 169.
Defended well from Teddy Bishop. Teddy Bishop would have had some difficulties yesterday after getting that blow on the finger. So far seems not to be affecting him too much.
Is it affecting him at all? Probably not. Well, if from that point of view, it's not been affecting him, that is very good. But where would the West Indies Academy find a partnership? Can this be the one to give them some hope in, first of all, trying to erase the 169 deficit?
Well, he would have been the top scorer in the first innings, Teddy Bishop, so would have to draw on some inspiration from that and look to push on to an even bigger innings than that. Naeem Young so far has spent 48 deliveries at the crease. Didn't perform too well in the first innings and as well in the game against Leeward Islands, but would have a lot on his back as the captain, would want to get his team out of this position here and into a lead and maybe be able to bowl later today. Not too sure if we would get there, but we'll wait and see. He'll sneak a single here against Anderson Phillip. Jason Mohammed does the fielding.
Well, still trailing by somewhat, 72 or 71 runs, more likely. It looked like what, 71. They're still trailing by 71 with 6 wickets in hand. So,
I know this morning that you would have said the game might not go past today. Already 1 wicket has passed since then, so has been going that way. Might have looked into your crystal ball this morning. Went uppishly that time. Naeem Young will get himself a 4, get his boundary count off the mark. Not the greatest bit of timing on that shot from Naeem Young.
Well, the placement was good, and he earned himself 4 runs. And these 2 batsmen, obviously, knowing the situation and task ahead, which is a huge challenge, they will have to make efforts to try and compile a partnership. Well, it is presently 99 for the loss of 4 wickets, so just 1 away from the 100. 6 wickets in hand, and a very enterprising morning's play so far. Well, if the game is going to extend, that means that these 2 will really have to go to lunch.
Short cover comes into place right where that shot would have went previously. This time is a bit edgy, but no damage.
Yeah, so 99 for 4 wickets down. Anderson Phillip just completed another over. Leading now by trailing by 67 runs. Still valuable runs under the belt for the Red Force. Well, weather-wise, it's bright and sunny here at the Connery Cricket Centre, so we are in for an enterprising day's play as the weather is a very good day for cricket, and all the players out there getting themselves together. But the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they will be looking for more wickets before the luncheon interval, but on the other hand, these two would be trying to establish a partnership.
Certainly would be wanting to establish a good partnership. Carrie Pierre so far has bowled very economically this morning. So accustomed in white ball cricket, seeing him bowl quite flat. It's given it quite a bit of air, allow the batsman to wait for the ball and get those revolutions on it.
Oh, yes, Sky. Rip that front foot. Rip that
What we
front
also
ball up,
saw
Sky.
was him getting the wicket of
Rip that front
Mbeki
ball up.
Joseph
Rip that
this
front ball
morning.
up, Sky.
A lot of times, teams tend to go into the matchups, don't bowl a left-hand spinner to a left-hand batsman.
Oh, yes, Sky. Yes, Sky.
But
Yes,
it did pay dividends this morning.
Yes, and he was comprehensively beaten and clean bowl, and it was a delivery pitch on a good length, and it spun.
It was a dream of a delivery.
Yeah, and he has been a consistent in his line and length.
It's always been quite accurate.
Yeah, that could have been a little dangerous. They are going on the back foot because we are now seeing the occasion deliveries from both ends keeping on the low side. So the batsmen will be well advised to get on the front foot.
No, 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 no.
Of course, Mbeki Joseph, who I just mentioned, did so well yesterday, attacking, taking quite a liking to Jaden Seal, someone he would know quite well. Haven't seen Jaden Seal so far this morning. I probably see him follow Anderson Phillip from the southern end, the commentary box end.
Yes, and that has completed another valuable over from Pear. 14 runs, 1 wicket. And the not-out batsman, Teddy Bishop, he is on 3 from 23 deliveries. And Naheem Young is 13 from 50 deliveries. Well, the deliveries facing doesn't matter much from West Indies Academy position. What matters most is that these two would have to really earnestly try to establish a partnership and really get closer, first of all, of the 67 that they're trailing by to get that off the plate. But Philip will have other ideas.
Still flashing outside the off stump, Naeem Young. So a bit of that in previous over from Anderson Phillip as well. Wouldn't want to be edging at this point. Still early on day 3. As you were saying, want to build a partnership. No need to be playing any rash shots.
Because even though it was short, what I've seen here on the monitor is that the batsman just stood his ground and never tried to get across the off stump to execute the stroke. So it was always going to be risky, but luckily for him, he did not get the edge.
It is something that, especially with a lot of limited overs cricket, batsmen don't tend to move their feet as much, tend to do more stand and deliver.
Well, the thing is, in any level of cricket, really, when you're batting, you really, first of all, have to know whether you're right or left-hander, have to know where your off-stump is. So if it's whatever the guard is, but then if delivery is a bit short on the off-stump, you try to get closer to the line of the ball than just standing your ground and outstretching your arms, which could be risky with 2 slips and a gully standing back and the wicket keeper.
You always want that momentum moving towards the ball. Don't want to be leaving too much space between the bat and your body.
That's right, because any glimmer of light presented to the bowler, he can just get you, especially Philip as a seam bowler, he can get you more with the in-swing to the right-hander and probably the outswing to the left-hander, but the right-hander is on strike, and Philip continues from the media centre end here at the Connery Cricket Centre.
Natural breeze should help his outswinger, but isn't quite too breezy at the moment. straight bat presented on that occasion, but no run. Easy bit of fielding done by Jaden Seals at mid-off.
Yeah, and keeping it tight, and that will be one of the responsibilities of the fieldsmen who are closer to wicket to avoid the batsmen getting easy singles that could just build up the pressure even more. But these two consolidating in terms of their efforts in trying to establish a partnership. Philip, on the other hand, looking for another wicket. That's Anderson Phillip.
Would you have liked to see a short leg in at this instance?
Well, the thing is, every time that you have a lead and they're trailing by 67, you can give that accommodation because they have not surpassed the 67 runs as yet. So try to put fielders in more attacking positions, and then the batsman may just come under more psychological pressure.
Definitely. It's not always about whether the ball would carry to that short leg.
Right. It's just a person standing there short leg, which would plague in the batsman's mind.
Times a bit of chatter as well.
You know it good. That's right.
Rotation, a strike from Naeem Young on this occasion. He'll, well, rotate the strike and keep the strike against, we would think, Gary Pierre from the other end.
Yes, indeed, and really good morning to all of those who are with us here on the stream, and those of you who have endorsed your sentiments to me and to extend to the fellow commentators. I would truly do that now to say that they claim that we are doing a good job. Some of my friends in North America called me last evening, and they asked me to encourage all the commentators who are here that are doing a very good job. So I said to him, well, it's a team because we have scorers also too, but
It's a lovely 6. So, my bad. It's a 4 on that occasion. Hit by Naeem Young.
yes, and from our vantage point, and you just have to be a little more cautious, because it's very difficult to pick up whether it's 6 or 4, but then the ladies with younger eyes, they would be in a better position to tell us than you are.
Definitely. Naeem Young just looking to free his hands on that occasion. Has spent quite a lot of time at the crease and
umpire, I think is that Blades?
that's umpire Banwari at the far
Banwari,
end.
yeah, he's having a close look to see if Pierre is running in line with the bowlers, with the batsman area.
Cut away on that occasion for no run. It's always one thing when building an innings that, yes, you want to spend time, but you also want to score, whether it's in singles or boundaries. It's not always about power, so it's about finding the gaps as well. As you stay there for 50, 60 deliveries and you're not scoring, then it does play on the mind. And he's bowled him. Gary Pierre picks up his second wicket of the morning. Naeem Young, after freeing his arms earlier in the over, is going to have to walk back to the pavilion.
Yes, and hitting across the line, we see it now on the monitor. Delivery pitch just on about center stump and rock back the center stump, clean bowl, and another wicket goes down for the West Indies Academy here at the Connery Cricket Centre. And really, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force really on top of things here now, still trailing by some 60-odd runs, and that within itself was the challenge when they came out. Actually, it is 62 they are trailing by, and really wickets going down this morning, and Pierre being the successful bowler because he has kept his line and length good. He has bowled wicket-to-wicket deliveries, and the batsman on that occasion was guilty of hitting across the line. You can see it for yourself now on the monitor. 5 wickets down.
Was a similar shot to the one he played previously in the over. Was looking to target that area again, but one shot too many.
Probably the delivery too was more on a fuller length than the previous one, which he executed for four into the deep mid wicket boundary. But Pierre has been consistently bowling wicket to wicket deliveries. So when batsmen play careless strokes or shot selection, that one and miss, hitting across the line and going clean bowl. So 104 for 5, still trailing by 62 runs.
Carrie Pierre's basically just been a you miss, I hit.
Well, that is the good thing about when you're bowling wicket to wicket. Yes, the batsman will get to hit some, but he wouldn't get to hit all, and that was one that he was not able to connect. 104 for 5, 3.17 is the current run rate, 62 runs, trailing by the West Indies Academy, are trailing Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Total, still some 62 runs to have. 5 wickets are in hand. Would they get that 62? Still yet to be seen. But they're under huge pressure now, the West Indies Academy.
Joshua James, the big man from Tobago, now strides in. It's a beautiful delivery to face up to first hand, and he's going to have to deal with some of that chatter when we next see Pierre bowl.
Well, the thing is there that he was very fortunate there by going on the back foot. The ball kept a little low too. The final delivery from Pierre. But Pierre, how well he has bowled. He has 2 wickets to his column. And it looked like just 18 runs. And Joshua James, not yet scoring, but Terry Bishop, he's on 3 from 23 deliveries. 5 wickets in hand, still trailing. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force is the West Indies Cricket Academy. 104 for 5, trailing by 62 runs.
It's going to be a change in the bowling. Jaden Seals now is into the attack for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force from the media center end.
And Jason Seals has been very aggressive sort of fast bowler, which is very good. But what I would like to see is to see Seals doing a little more consistent, though, is going for the Yorker length deliveries. Nothing is wrong with going for the short pitch deliveries, which he consistently does. But if he can build that consistency too with attempting to go for Yorkers, let us see what will happen on this occasion.
Nice length first up from Jaden Seals. Teddy Bishop has a slip, a gully in place. It's a deepish point out there. Jason Mohammed is at cover. Anderson Phillip here at mid-off. Gonna have some conversations with him, allow him to know what the pitch is doing. How have you found the pitch to be playing, Victor?
Well, the occasional delivery from both ends keeping a little on the lower side, but apart from that, the bounce has been pacey and nice. Not difficult for batting, really. We saw some careless shot selections this morning, but probably Pierre just putting the batsman to make mistakes and how well he has bowled. 5 wickets are down for the West Indies Academy. 104 it is for 5. They are trailing by 62 runs. 5 more wickets are in hand. Can they get those 62 runs before losing the remaining 5 wickets? It is still left to be seen right here at the Connery Cricket Centre.
You also see a shortish mid-on in place for Jaden Seals now as well.
Well, it is good with the men close in, both offside and onside, to really not just give the luxury for the single. I'm not too certain though. If I'm in favour with the man right on the deep point boundary, still trailing by 62 runs, but I would like to believe that he could have took that man off the boundary and bring him in, because there's no need to be defending at this present moment. I could see if they get past the lead.
Definitely is no need for him. There's a Yorker length delivery you were looking for.
Yes, and the good thinking on the part of Seals. And nothing is wrong if he tried to produce now a short pitch delivery, but as we're speaking about the man on the deep point boundary, the man on the long leg boundary, trailing by 62, I think they could have just come in a little closer and try to prevent the batsmen just getting the singles easily. Because what you said earlier was so relevant that not just staying out there, at least they should be looking to get the ones and the twos if they cannot get the boundaries. And we have seen a high percentage now of dot balls more recently in this innings and this particular partnership, you know.
Especially when Joshua James at the next end is so new to the crease.
Pardon me, one of the scorers was saying something? Oh, okay. Well, 104 for 5, and really, West Indies Academy still trailing by some 62 runs. This possibly might not be one of the longer days that we might have here at the Connery Cricket Centre. 5 wickets in hand, 62 runs to be erased. Would they get the 62 in your view? How are they looking now at the present moment? Is that highly possible or impossible?
Would be a lot of reliance on Teddy Bishop at this point. Season all complete is over with another beautiful Yorker. Joshua James does have quite a bit of batting potential. Haven't seen it too much at this level as yet. So, would be a good audition for him.
And what would be good if these two, especially in Teddy Bishop and Joshua James, if these two can erase the 62 that they're trailing by, first of all, and then they will have to go beyond it and then try to build a partnership to put runs on the board if they're going to enforce Trinidad and Tobago Red Force to bat again.
Definitely would want to get those runs off the board. It doesn't seem like many runs where it's going to look like a mountain for them. Like the mountains we have to the left and right of us here. Joshua James gets off the mark.
Now, with the man down on the long off, if he was in the normal mid-on, then this might have encouraged Joshua James to try and see if he could clear the fielder if he cannot get the single.
Well, there really is no need for a long on at this point. I mean, Joshua James now has faced his second delivery and he was easily off the mark.
Yeah, so that was sort of observations they could no doubt review.
Trying to sweep on this occasion from Teddy Bishop, not making great contact with it, if he made any contact at all.
Because the thing is, once you have that lead, it is good to apply as much pressure before they can get to the required lead that they are leading by.
They have runs in the bank to attack. Teddy Bishop is going to have to be careful with that sweep shot. Got him into a bit of trouble in the first innings. Does like to play it though. So when you do examine that, it's a bit of risk and reward.
Well, don't play it if the ball is not pitched outside of your leg stump. Then you can attempt to play it. But once it's on the wicket, because we saw the consequences when the last batsman got out hitting across the line when he should have been trying to play it down to mid-on. He was trying to hit it to square leg. And it would have been less circumference of the bat too if you're trying to hit it to square leg. If you're trying to hit it to mid-on, it's more of the full face of the bat.
Definitely a factor when the ball is turning quite as much as it is from Gary Pierre, and he's an experienced campaigner as well. Would know how to read the batsman's mind.
One thing for certain, his line has been immaculate. He has been, and that has completed his over. He has really kept it tight from that end. And like you quite rightly say too, there is no need for those two fielders in the deep areas where you are trailing. They are trailing you by that. The West Indies Academy is trailing the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force by 61 runs. So just add that more pressure before they can get to the 61 runs by bringing men closer in field positions. But anyway, 5 wickets are down, 105 is the score, is the total, pardon me. For 5 wickets in hand, a current run rate of 3, which probably is irrelevant at this situation. What is more relevant from the West Indies Academy position, that these two obviously we'll have to try earnestly to build a partnership, but at the same time, bowlers like Seals and who is so aggressive from this the commentary end, they have a huge task on hand. Very, very huge task on hand. Great challenge ahead.
You would have in mind what Seals did in the first innings. Bowled so beautifully on that occasion in the first innings. On a lovely length again, Joshua James will run on that occasion.
Well, what James have to be careful with, realize the ball kept a little low on that occasion too, so you might be well advised to try and come very early out on the front foot. Probably just bat a little off his crease so he can get closer to the bowler if the ball is making now, as we're seeing that descending height a little much more consistently, but more so when the bowlers are operating like Seals is doing now from this the media center end here at the Connery Cricket Center.
Not a single for Joshua James. Gonna pick it up down at a long leg area.
Yeah, by just turning it, and even though he was turning it, you can see that it was that delivery again was on the low side. So Seals would recognize how relevant, how important it is to bowl more wicket-to-wicket deliveries.
Always better to stay wicket to wicket when you have that variable bounce. Always a chance that one keeps low, or even one bounces up. Batsman isn't sure what to do, tries to pull, duck out of it. Even if he doesn't get dismissed, it could play on his mind. This time it's going to be clipped away from Teddy Bishop. It's going to run away for 4 actually. Jid Gooley wasn't able to ring it in, was timed pretty well from Teddy Bishop to get it away. Good shot from him.
Yes, as it was going further down the leg side, you just had to help it and use the pace. But even though there is a long leg who on the boundary, but he is wide, and it was too finely played, whereby he never had a chance because the outfield here at the Connery Cricket Centre too. That has been one of the hallmark here at this particular ground. Very quick outfield, so he earned himself 4 runs. And in all forms of fashion, however they get the runs now, they can be very pleased.
Has been a lovely outfield indeed, and certainly has been helped by the weather that we've had throughout this match. Would be a shame that it isn't going to the 4th day, because check my weather forecast, it does look like it's going to continue in the same fashion.
Well, it's by our clock now, it's just 11 a.m. Eastern Caribbean time, so
Fended away from Teddy Bishop.
yes, right on the offside. 110 now it is for 5, so they're still trailing by some 56 runs. I personally do not like the idea with the long leg right on the boundary. With 56 runs trailing by still, bring the men in closer, make them, challenge them more for the runs than not just giving away runs, so to speak, if it goes to those fielders in those positions.
Jin Seals. Final ball before drinks is defended. No run. And now as we're going to have drinks, 110 for 5, the West Indies Academy on day 3. We take a short break.
So welcome back to the Connery Sporting Complex after the first water break, after the start of play on day 3, and the West Indies Academy. They are 110 for 5, so which means they would have lost some 2 wickets this morning for the addition of some 26 runs. So the Red Force continue to peg away and continue to pick up wickets. So Carrier will continue. So Joshua James would want to stick around with Bishop, Teddy Bishop, and Joshua James in the middle. Captain Naheem Young was bowled by Pierre. He's playing it down to long on. We get an easy single. That's Joshua James, and with that single, he will move on to 2. Victor, good morning.
Hi, good morning to you, Gareth Pemberton, and to all our viewers, all those whom, especially those who might just be joining us here on the stream here at Connery Cricket Centre. 5 more wickets in hand.
Very boring.
They're still trailed by 55. Flighted, and Teddy Bishop just pushed it down to mid-on. So in the other game, the Leewards in the second innings 114 for 2. So the lead by 278. There's Bishop looking to sweep, similar to what happened in the first innings. We have seen him try the sweep shot on 2 occasions for the morning, and he has not been successful. As you look at it on the monitor, looking to sweep, might have been going down the onside. So he has to be careful, Victor, with that sweep shot. He was dismissed playing the shot in the first innings.
Press up the pin from Australia, Carey. Press up the pin from Australia. Very boring, Carey.
Flighted just out of the reach of the bowler, and it will go into the boundary for 4. It was flighted, and Teddy Bishop went after him. He gave him a charge. He played it in the air just out of the reach of the right hand of Kerry Pear into the boundary to bring up the end of the over. 115 it is for 5.
Well, that was a better choice in terms of his shot selection on that occasion, hitting the ball straight instead of taking the risk of trying to hit across the line, Gary Pemberton.
So we tell you Leewards 352 and 114 for 2. In the second innings, Guyana in the first innings 178. Michael Louis made 100 in the first innings, and he's on 61 not out. Barbados at stumps. Barbados versus Windwards. At stumps, Barbados 214 and 74 for 2. Windwards 325. Combined campuses and colleges versus Jamaica 307. Combined campuses, and Jamaica 259 for 6. And you're told that Shadrick Walton, Victor, made a century.
163.
So we have seen a number of centuries in this 4-day competition. Sails to James, gets it off the outer portion of the bat, goes down towards third man, and will come back for 2. And they get it quite easily in the end. The delivery which came from the outer portion of Joshua James' bat, and it went down to the wide third man area. 2 more to the total.
Yes, indeed, and 2 valuable runs. And Chadwick Walton scored 163 against combined colleges and campuses. And Jamal Warrican for Barbados Pride, he took 5 for 59 versus the Windward Islands. And Louis, that's Mikhail Louis, continues to bat well for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, 60 odd not out. So no doubt having his eyes of viewing another 100. He got 113 in the first innings.
So Sales, we're bowling to James. On the onside, looking to tickle it. Half-hearted appeal. Good bit of keeping by Django, diving away to his left.
Yes, and it was well taken because the ball was also dying moments going down the leg side, but he did well and pull it in the keeper. Still, Gary, though, they are trailing by some 49 runs. Would you have subscribed for the fielders in the deep areas with 49 deficit still on hand, or it is comfortable in the sense where they're trying to save some boundary?
Well, I think he has been trying to bowl a short delivery as well. So if you're going to bowl short,
you have to have
still
the
one field on the boundary.
That's right.
So Sales the ball to James. That's a short delivery, but James just on top of it. and there is no chance of a run. So they've been able to pick up 2 wickets for the morning. So they're not the West Indies Academy. They're not scoring quickly, but the Red Force have been able to pick up 2 wickets.
Yeah, and the thing is, I think with the academy, they're not. If the boundaries or the deliveries are not presenting themselves where you can get the loose deliveries to try to go for fours or sixties, but you can't just be out there being on the defensive mode. You have to look for your ones and your twos too, which will keep the momentum going in terms of the run scoring.
So they're still trailed by 49. Driving powerfully down the ground for 4. Lovely shot from Joshua James. Good attacking shot. The ball pitched up a little further, and he played it in the air. The batsman Teddy Bishop had to take evasive action, and he went into the boundary for 4. The umpire as well has to just sway out of the way, down towards the boundary for 4, Victor.
Yes, indeed. And I think many years ago, I think I can recollect seeing umpires, especially most of the presiding one, if not the two, in the same game using protective helmets. Because that one that was struck firmly and thing, and the non-striker took that evasive action quite good.
So Sales will continue. Right up his driving, misses. Good delivery, good comeback delivery, because the batsman was onto the back foot, maybe looking for another short delivery. He pitched it up, and he went for the drive, missed it, taken behind by the keeper.
Because Gary, say for instance, right, and I would hope it does not happen, but say for instance, you have a seam bowler who is the same height as the umpire, but at the same time, the ball is driven back straight to the umpire's head, but at the last moment he just move out of the way. The bowler does not have enough time to really get out the way in that instance, So I am seeing a bit of I believe they have to come a point where the umpires have to use that protective headgear.
We have seen it being used in this modern game, because the fast-paced T20 cricket has brought out the protective. They have the forearm guard for the umpire. They have been using the protective helmet as well, because in the 2020 it's a fast-paced game and batsmen always want to be in the attack, and we have seen it. The protective gear is being used by our umpires.
Well, and that's very good, because that too is a segment whereby they really need protection, because one, the bats in this modern era of cricket is much better textured and firm and so forth. And when you have such a big lad like Joshua James, who is physically powerfully built, a tall man over 6 feet and so forth, hitting the ball that hard, you got to really be on your best.
So Carripier is continuing from the far end. His 10 overs, of course, some 24 runs.
Very economical.
15 runs, or is it 15 runs have come off his bowling so far for the morning. He has picked up 2 wickets. And Bishop is to the measure of it, pushed it back down the strip. So they still trail by 45. Bishop is there. He made a half century in the first innings. He want to stick around. Joshua James is on 9. Onto the back foot, a flatter, faster delivery. Gets down into the offside. So Bishop is mindful that he would want to stay there. Maybe they would look in the next target, maybe try and bat until lunch if possible. Or maybe instead of thinking about batting for the next 45 minutes, maybe you can bat in stages, maybe next 15 minutes or the next 2-3 overs. Break it down in small stages, Victor.
Yeah, and that might be more appropriate.
And you still would want to try and pick up some singles here and there. You don't want to just be pushing and prodding, and then at the end of the day you would have lost your wicket. Down the strip and driving straight back over the bowler's head. 1 bounce, 2 bounces into the ropes for 4. A good shot. He came down and just played it over the head of Pear and into the boundary for 4.
Yeah, and that same delivery. What was good about that stroke? We ever see so often that batsmen, if you have enough time to wait to play a defensive stroke against a spinner, you have equal time to use a chip or two and hit it straight overhead as was done there. So good shot selection, good judgment, and earn himself 4 runs. Both batsmen now having a mid-pitch conversation, obviously aware of the situation, aware of the task ahead of them. And thus far, I think they are combating it is relatively good so far. A little good cami partnership between these two. Nothing huge to speak about.
So Brian Charles, he has replaced Jaden Sales from the media center end. They opened with Philip, and Philip was replaced by Sales, and now Sales has been replaced by, is it Brian Charles? Yes, Brian Charles has brought himself in the attack. He bowled 6 overs yesterday and would have gotten 2 wickets, Victor. So maybe he's looking to pick up a couple more wickets before lunch.
And that's a good move too, to bring himself into an attack in this situation, looking to, as you quite rightly said, get 1 or 2 wickets before the luncheon interval. But James and his partner Bishop, they're doing fairly well so far. James actually 9 runs from 12 and 15 from it looked like 40s, somewhere in the 40s there. But
so the first delivery, good tumbling save by the senior statesman on the Red Force team, that's Jason Mohammed, knocking it down, preventing any possibility of a run. Heavily packed onside field. We get an easy single. Just onto the back foot, that's James. Guided down into the offside, so 1 more to the total. It has gone on to 126. So there are 40 runs. Is it 126? Yes, 126.
And these two are looking good so far for the academy. And if they keep in that role by exchanging the strike, getting the 1s and the 2s, and when the loose deliveries come, try to get their boundaries. And I think the approach between these two so far is looking good. And from a West Indies academy position, they would hope that they can build and carry on this partnership.
So there's a leg slip, a forward shot like the fielder on the edge of the square. Flighted drive in. Good tumbling save by that's Anderson Phillip. If he would have gone past him, might have gone into the boundary for 4. So good save by the fast bowler Phillip. Ball 1 more to the total.
Yeah, and good support there to the bowler too when they see fielders making that valiant effort as Phillip did on that occasion, and definitely saved 4 runs.
So for James, he has come down on the long offense. Flighted, it's drive in. So Phillip has someone in to do a cross to his right, so they could just get an easy single. So Joshua James is a hard-hitting batsman. He would have made a quick-fire 41 against the Leewards at the Warner Park from just 21 deliveries. He's a big lad. So Charles will be going on to bowl to the much smaller figure of Teddy Bishop. Into the offside. This time he cannot stop it cleanly. It has gone behind him and will stop just inside the rope. Just manages to pull it back. And the batsman will cause for 3. He was driven into the offside. The fielder Phillip was running away towards the left. He couldn't stop it cleanly, went through his hands, and they were able to get 3 runs.
Yeah, and the batsmen, they ran well between the wickets. That is a good sign because they're still trailing by some 35 runs thereabout. So here is...
so it's pushed down to long on. I will come back quickly for a second run. So maybe Sales was caught napping on the boundary, and they were able to come back for 2 to bring up the end of the over. Over number 40 has been completed. 133 it is for 5.
Well, apart from the boundaries, they are picking up more 1s and 2s and 3s now, which is good in terms of elevating this partnership and not no bowler getting too many deliveries to bowl at one particular batsman when the strike is being exchanged. Both batsmen now having a mid-pitch conversation. And if they can just keep that momentum going for what they are presently accomplishing now, this game can be extended here at the day 3 at the Connery Cricket Centre. But on the other hand, if 2 wickets should go down quickly before the luncheon interval, it's a different picture again. So it all depends. It all depends.
So pair will continue from the far end. So the first over from the captain, Brian Charles, some 8 runs coming off of it. Sure, he wouldn't want to be giving away too many runs, so he might want to be a little tighter in the next over. Teddy Bishop is just pushing it back on the onside. And the keeper encouraging, say yes, carry, yes, carry. You can hear the effects through the microphone. Coming onto the front foot, might have been deceived by a slower flighty delivery. Pushed it down into the offside. Well bowled, said the close-in fielder. Maybe it's the keeper, Django. Flatter, faster. And the Bishop is hurriedly behind it, down into the offside. 133 for 5. Still 33 runs behind. We started the morning on 84 for 3. So this is over number 20 been bowled since the start of the day's play. Bishop is pushing it back down the strip. So a maiden over has been completed, and another tight over from Carey Peer. 133 it is for 5.
Yes, and Peer continues to bowl well. His line has been immaculate, right on target, making the batsmen almost play at every delivery. So he has gotten it right, but still trailing by some 33 runs. 5 wickets are in hand for the West Indies Academy. And no doubt this partnership so far is giving the innings some hope for survival. Both batsmen now having a mid-pitch conversation.
So the captain, Brian Charles, will continue from the media center end, or the Heroes Park end, as has been officially named by Gerard Basu. So it's 133 for 5. James is onto the back foot, just pushed it down to the fielder, Carey Peer, just on the edge of the square at a short mid-on, just to the right of the non-striker. He's working into the onside, has gone too quickly for the first run. We'll get an easy second run as Terence Hines down on the boundary had to move across to his right. So 2 more to the total, 135 it is for 5.
Yeah, and these two going along steadily. The ones and the twos are coming more frequently too, so that should ease some sort of pressure off both batsmen.
So James is forward and just pushed it down into the offside. So it's captain Brian Charles. Flatter, faster, turn into the onside, a short of catch him. Maybe dropping just in front of the forward short leg fielder, and we're able to get a single. 136 for 5, so they trail by 30.
Five wickets in hand.
So we'll go around the wickets. You can hear the umpire Jonathan Blade, they right them around. So Charles will go around the wicket to Teddy Bishop, who is on 19. Driving down to Philip, who kept it in front of him, was driven crisply. So still 30 runs adrift. He's taken on the pad, loud appeal, and it has been given. So Teddy Bishop has been given. We're looking to work it into the onside. A strong appeal by the bowler and all the close-in fielders. They're looking at it on the monitor. Looked like he was struck on between center and leg stump. So a good decision by umpire Jonathan Blade. So Teddy Bishop has been dismissed.
Yes, it was a straight Delivery, yes, and we can see just on about center stump. So good decision from the umpire. Another wicket going down for the West Indies Academy. They are now 136 for the loss of 5 wickets. They are trailing by 6 wickets. They are trailing 136 it is for 6 wickets, and they are still trailing by some 30 runs. So Trinidad and Tobago Red Force large and in charge here at the Connery Cricket Centre, Gary.
Victor, you look like you might get an early day today.
Well, you predicted it yesterday. I cannot question your analytical assessment of the game. And you're on par again, and it appears like you're going to be definitely right, because with 4 wickets in hand, and still a deficit of trailing by 30 runs, 4 wickets in hand, how far can this match go? Well, it will all depend still if the incoming batsman, along with who is Tuckett, with Joshua James, if they two now can build a partnership. That was a minimal partnership between James and his partner, and now the academy definitely is up against it, Gary Pemberton.
Well, they have added some 52 runs for the morning, but the bad thing about it, they have lost 3 wickets. And so it's Carey Pierce, so the wicket went down with the last delivery of Brian Charles over. And James is on to the back foot to a flighty delivery, maybe better serve to come forward.
Yeah, he have to be careful with the occasional delivery, keeping on the low side.
So Colin Tuckett is the non-striker. Onto the back foot again, the hands of the keeper and the bowler going in the air. Should be coming onto the front foot, but Joshua James has decided to go back onto the back foot.
Living a bit dangerous there, Gary.
Flatter and faster onto the back foot and plays it into the onside. So much quicker delivery than the previous two, maybe trying to chop the batsman on the back foot, but he was to the measure of it. Onto the back foot, you'll get a single, goes down towards the short fine leg area. Charles moved around, leg by has been signaled by umpire Banwari. Selection moved down by 137. It is for 6.
Yeah, well, James gonna have to be definitely careful going on the back foot, because Pierre is getting a lot of deliveries to keep on the lower side, but fortunately for him, he has not been endangered well.
So Colin Tuckett, who was made 1 in the first innings, and he's onto the front foot forward. So in the first game, he didn't get amongst the runs. His first innings here, he only got to 1. So a good opportunity here for him to try and put a good innings together.
Oh yes.
Onto the front foot, shout of "oh yes" from the keeper to bring up the end of another tight over from Carey Pierre. 137 for 6.
Yeah, and Carey Pierre, he continues to bowl so accurate, so consistent with his deliveries, wicket-to-wicket deliveries, and keeping things really tight. 6 wickets are down for the West Indies Academy. They trail by some 29 runs, and really Trinidad and Tobago Red Force has really been the dominant team in this encounter right here at the Connery Cricket Centre.
So they started, as I said, on 84 for 3 at the start of the day. They have progressed 137. So they would have scored some 53 runs for the loss of 3 wickets. And the Red Force will be able to bowl some 22 overs during that time. And onto the back foot as a private jet leaves the RLB International Airport. It's good sunny condition, good conditions for flying as well, clear skies. Onto the back foot, we get a easy single down to Philip on the long offense. So with a single, the total will move on to 138.
Yeah, and James' personal tally moves on now to 16. Well, looking good. No bother for him there, but Trinidad and Tobago Red Force really pressing on the advantage that they have, a lead still of 29 runs. 4 wickets are in hand for the West Indies Academy.
So Charles, in making some adjustment to the field, is asking Terence Hines down on the boundary to move across to his right. Flatter, faster, around the corner. We get a single. Hustles over the first one, thinking about the second. But Hines was quickly around from deep back out of square. So there's one more to the total. So Colin Tuckett is off the mark. He's on 1. So it's 139 for 6 in over number 44. Still trailed by 27. Oh, delivery onto the back foot. And he pushed it into the offside. So Brian Charles, the captain, will continue. Asking now Philip to come into a conventional mid-off position. Flatter, faster onto the back foot, and James is forcing it back down the strip on the offside. Charles fields to his own bowling, so just 2 runs have come in this over so far. Flighted onto the back foot, and the over has been completed. So another over coming to an end. 44 overs, 139 for 6 wickets. The West Indies Academy, they're still trailed by some 27 runs. And we're just about in half an hour to go before the luncheon interval. So carry here will continue from the far end. So Brian Charles, 9 overs, 3 for 20. Carey Pierre, who has been having a tight spell from the far end, continues, and he'll be bowling now to Colin Tuckett, who is on 1. So as I welcome back into the seat Gerard Basso. So 139, still trailed by 26. So they've been able to pick up some 3 wickets so far in this the first session of the 3rd day's play. Carry Pierre to Tuckett onto the front foot. So they'll be under pressure. There's a slip, still in mid-off, and a forward short leg, all crowding the youngster Tuckett, the keeper batsman for the West Indies Academy. Down to the front foot once again, just pushed it down to the offside. So testing times for the West Indies Academy.
Hello Gary, hello everyone. Indeed it is. They still trail by just over 20 runs, 27 to be exact. And I think if they can bat smartly, the remaining 4 wickets, I think they will possibly make the Red Force bat again.
But the question will be how many runs will they be able to give the Red Force to win?
I think the longer that Joshua James in particular stays at the crease, it's just about half an hour to lunch. I think that he holds the key in terms of how many they can get once they've cleared the deficit, because of his ability, as you mentioned a while ago, that 40 odd that he scored in quick time in the victory, his ability to accelerate his scoring.
Yes.
Hey boy!
Chance for a run out. It was pushed into the offside, and Tuckett was quickly through for the single. Maybe Joshua James hesitated somewhat, but they got a single in the end.
Yeah, and I think wicketkeeper Django saw that as well, and he was adamant that it looked like Jaden Seals was a bit slow in coming around. Django was expressive, expecting a quicker to the ball and release back in, possibly creating a chance, but it brings us to the end of another over.
All right, so it's 139 for 6 wickets. Over number 140 as a matter of fact. So it will be Brian Charles who will be continuing from the far end, or from the media center end, sorry.
Heroes Park end.
Heroes Park
I quite like that
has
name.
been officially named the Heroes Park end by Gerard Basso.
From henceforth.
Tuckett is playing it down to the fielder shot on the onside. That's a backward short leg, or a leg slip if you want to refer to it as a leg slip.
And so many wicket keepers, we've grown accustomed seeing them play square of the wicket.
Onto the front foot, then back, and got it down into the onside. So Tuckett will have to be careful.
And I'm not sure what it is about the shorter wicket keepers. They love that cut shot and they love that sweep shot. And you think of the likes of David Williams, who cut the ball well.
So Tuckett is guiding it down towards the third man area. We'll get 2. Of course, one, they're going back for the second one, and that's all they'll get. So 2 more to the total. It has gone on to 142. So we had some diminutive wicket keepers. Williams and David Murray was also a short keeper. And Ignatius Caddy of the St. Lucia of the Combined Islands also was short.
Even when you go into international cricket and you think of yesteryear, Kalawitha Rana for Sri Lanka and Rashid Latif for Pakistan, they were all diminutive in stature.
Yeah. He also had some tall wicketkeepers as well.
Yeah, Courtney Brown comes to mind.
Yes. And also Junior Murray of the Windies Islands, also tall wicketkeeper. So it's 142 for 6 with 1 delivery remaining in the Brian Charles over, bowling from the Heroes Park end. Tuckett is onto the back foot or front foot and then back and push it into the offside to bring up the end of the over.
And Brian Charles, the captain, has been good. He hasn't given much opportunity to the batters to get up and under him or that length, as we saw Tuckett attempting that sweep shot against him. And with overs, with figures, I beg your pardon, of 10 overs, 22 for 3 wickets. That's just as his spin partner been very economical, really tight. Keeping straight lines, offering the batters somewhat of a challenge in progressing the innings forward.
And so they have gotten through some 25 overs already for the morning, and we still have some 25 minutes remaining before lunch. And with the spinners operating, they will get you a few more overs as well. And James is onto the back foot. He would have to be careful. He has been playing carry pair from the back foot. He would want to come onto the front foot. There's a long off and a long on. To the back foot again. We get an easy single as the fielder was coming across from extra cover, shadow in, but the fielding completed by the fielder coming off the long offense. A single to the total, 143 for 6.
Yeah, Amir Jangu there again, encouraging Tion Webster, who it was running around in that extra cover region, to get there a little quicker. Tion Webster now has been moved under the helmet at forward short leg. And Amir Jangu himself, quite a diminutive figure as a wicketkeeper, and having that best vantage point, guiding some of the fielders with the angles.
Yes, so Tuckett into the offside, was coming forward from the outer portion of the bat, and Jaden Stales at backward point fields.
He's been very expressive this morning. Speaking of our wicket keepers, Amir Jangu.
Tuckett is onto the back foot, so he has been encouraging the bowlers when they bowl well, and he has been also setting the field as well. He is a very vocal wicket keeper. You can hear it in the sound effects microphone. Tuckett is onto the front foot. So
he's mixed up a bit in this over as a carry pair. He's pitched it up and he's dropped it a tad shorter.
Straight into the offside goal, thinking about a single, but Sales was quickly around, and Tuckett was sent back by Joshua James to bring up the end of the over.
Yeah, so we chatted about that with Carrie Pierre. Last we were on commentary in terms of him mixing it up, and he's continued in that same vein and continued to be quite miserly. Just 1 run from his over. Going at 2 runs to the over, his economy rate, 15 of his overs completed, just the 30 runs, but more importantly, 2 wickets And possibly the more important of those wickets, I think, would have been the Mbiki Joseph wicket, because again of the caliber and the ability of a player like Mbiki Joseph to go through the gears and accelerate scoring and give you those big shots.
But he loses his wicket again after having a good start. He has been getting a couple of good starts, but he needs to go on. He needs to bat a little longer. So Charles continuing from the National Heroes Park end. So we tell you that Carey Pierce delivered some 13 overs for the morning and picking up 2 wickets for 21 runs. So good tight bowling by Carey Pierce. And to the back foot, gets it down to same field the player. Carey Pierce just on the edge of the square.
I think a great percentage of those were maiden overs as well.
Flatter faster onto the back foot to get a single down to long off. Yes, his first 3 overs of the morning or maidens, and he got a wicket in one of those overs as well. So another single to the total takes it on to 144. And Carlin Tuckett, who's in 4, he has faced some 19 balls. We're facing up to Brian Charles, and Joshua James is on 19 from 34. So Charles will continue. So he just asking the fielder Hines down at backward square to move across to his right around the wicket. He's sitting it in the air over mid wicket. That's Tuckett. It will go into the boundary for 4. Good confident shot by Carlin Tuckett. 4 runs.
And this is what the academy will need. They will need more than one player. They have 4 wickets in hand, and we've already seen on the evidence of their first innings that Joshua Bishop and some others, Johan Lane, can hit the ball. But they need a player like Carlin Tuckett to come to the party and play shots like these, be decisive in what you want to do, be selective, as we've been saying throughout the morning, and pick the right balls, but definitely keep the scoring ticking over.
On the onside again, another 4 as a matter of fact, a short delivery, and it was onto the back foot. Maybe the previous shot caused Brian Charles to bowl a short and flatter delivery, and Tuckett was to the measure of it and swung it through mid wicket for 4.
Yeah, and again, we've been talking about his stature and being a short lad. That ball, he basically was pulling that ball about chest high. That's how short it was from Brian Charles. And 2 consecutive boundaries has taken that deficit down to 14. So with a player like Carlin Tuckett getting into his rhythm here with the 12 from 21 deliveries, it's good rendering for the academy.
So he's back over the wicket this time, and Tuckett is standing up and pushed it into the offside. The over has been completed. So the 150 coming up for the West Indies Academy, 152 for 6.
Indeed, and we're talking about the spinners of Brian Charles and Carey Pierce, and we've spoken about those good scores in the tournament. We've spoken about the centuries and the wickets and so on. And in that match with the combined campuses and colleges and the Jamaica Scorpions, another bowler, a leg break bowler, getting a 6 for, 5 for 6 for 85 for Zishan Mutara of the CCC. And, that game progressing nicely with the Jamaica Scorpions on a 291 for 8.
So Carey Pierce continues from the far end. So lots of wickets and lots of runs being scored in the for the competition. We're just in the 3rd round, and a few bowlers have gotten 5 wickets.
3rd day of the 2nd round, indeed.
Yes. So a single to Joshua James. So a number of centuries as well. So we've seen centuries, we've seen bowlers picking up 5 wickets. And so you have seen 2 centuries in St. Kitts, one at Warner Park and one here at the Connery Sporting Complex. So it's 153 for 6.
And I haven't gotten the chance just yet to look back at the highlights of Michael Louis' innings. But if I go based on what we would have seen in the first round, he does look quite a compact player, and being still quite a young chap as well. You see what you might call the raw material to work with going forward. Of course, they're not. We don't live in a perfect world, and they're not always going to get it right.
So play will continue.
But when they do get it right, we're so fast when they get it wrong to criticize them. And I think when they get it right and they do go on to make these big scores, we gotta, as we would say in layman's terms, big them up.
And guess what? He's 88 not out. Delivery. Punch back on the strip to bring up the end of the over. So we tell you at Warner Park, the lead was 163 for 3. Mikhail Lowe is 88 not out from 114. And Jamal Hamilton is on 5. So he's in sight of a second century.
And that second name that you mentioned, he has been in the runs as well as Jamal Hamilton. Consecutive half centuries between the first round and into the second round. So definitely we hope that those 11 or 12 runs indeed, that he does get it. It would be wonderful for him to show not just the selectors and administration, but the wider public that, hey, I'm here and I can be consistent.
So we have the chairman of selectors, Desmond Haynes, was looking at this game. I don't know if he had a chance to go down to Warner Park to see what's happening there in terms of the way Mikhail Lowe is batting. But Charles is bowling to Joshua James, who's on 20. It's 153 for 6. You get a single, just work it down towards mid-wicket, so another run to the total.
It's Terrence Hines, it is out there. And these singles, every run is so valuable for the academy. And we talk about the centuries, and we didn't talk about Jid Guli. But if you recall, on that first afternoon, Jid Guli was something like about 9 or 10 runs from about 30, 40 deliveries, which is probably a bit out of character. We've said that throughout the day yesterday when he was batting. We've gotten so accustomed to these players being in white ball format. And that's an example for someone like a Joshua James who's at the crease at the moment.
So Tuckett just plays it back down the strip on the onside.
Yeah, so you can be a white ball player, so to speak, a powerful, aggressive player, but you can go through the gears.
There was Tuckett playing around the corner, became from the bat in the air, but went just to the right of the field at backward square. An anxious moment there for the youngster.
Yeah, good field placement from the skipper Brian Charles, who is bowling, recognizing that Tuckett is going for those square on shots, and in particular with the ball turning into him, the chances of him going leg side and playing that sweep shot are greater than him cutting against the spin. So good field placements from him to give some cover with a short fine leg and a deep square leg.
This time he's sweeping, tumbling save. They will get a single in the end. He came around quickly, but he didn't stop it cleanly, and we were able to get a run.
And I quite like this from Carlin Tuckett. He's not backing down. Brian Charles is a bit down the leg side, and the ball spinning into the right-hander. But I like this from Tuckett, that he's playing his shots and he's realized the plan. But once he executes the sweep shot the right way, he's going to beat that fielder. And once he beats that fielder at 45, he's going to get runs.
Yes. Flatter faster in the air, should be out. Caught. That's Joshua James. It was onto the back foot. The ball came into us. He made some height. Was looking to cut it, and it just came from the top of the bat. Went in the air. Easy catch for Jason Mohammed to take as we look at it on the monitor.
And I think this one is similar to the ball that got Jason Mohammed out. It just seemed to jump off of the wicket, off of the pitch. And that jump off the pitch, that extra bounce, catching Joshua James by surprise. And by the time he had decided that he was going to drop his hands and not play the ball, it rushed onto him and took that top edge. So the batter that I felt would have been an anchor going into the second session as we come upon just about 10-11 minutes before lunch. He's been dismissed, and another breakthrough for the Red Force. Is still the Red Force leading by 11 runs on first innings, and the academy with Joshua Bishop coming to the crease. we may be in for some fireworks in this last 10 minutes before lunch, because I think Joshua Bishop, as one Joshua replaces another, we see here, he was looking initially to turn onto the leg side, and that ball just seemed to touch down and grip a bit and hold up and also just get at him, and it was onto him too quickly for him to change the shot, and the wicket coming. But Joshua Bishop, I think, is going to play one way and one way alone. We talk so much about the going through the gears and changing and adaptability, but we may be in for some fireworks here from Joshua Bishop before the luncheon interval.
So we're just about 10 minutes to go. We'll have to wait and see what will be his approach. And Brian Charles getting a wicket with the last ball of this over, the second time he has done it. So Carey Pierre will continue from the far end. Carlon Tuckett,
So
13.
So Brian Charles probably eyeing up, with still 3 wickets to go, probably eyeing up a 5-for as the traffic continues here in your stump mics there. The traffic from the Bradshaw Airport, RL Bradshaw Airport, is it?
RLB International, Robert Llewellyn Bradshaw International Airport. Tuckett onto the front foot, and the airline, like the Caribbean Airlines, just leaving, probably on his way to Barbados. So Pierre will continue from the far end, still trailed by 11.
And now that Joshua James has been dismissed, Carlon Tuckett on 13 from 31, you would consider that a bit of a start. So the responsibility is now going to fall on his shoulders more than the new batter, Joshua Bishop.
So look at the sweep, gets it past the keeper, will come down towards the boundary. Wait to see if there's any signal from the umpire, signal of bye. So he didn't get contact. It was a bad delivery on the onside. Tuckett went into the sweep shot, missed it, but the keeper also missed it. It was wide, 4 byes.
Yeah, ricocheting off the pads of wicketkeeper Amir Django. And he would have been a bit unsighted by the movement of the batter as well, and the ball keeping a bit low on that occasion as well, because it ricocheted off of the lower portion of his keeping pads. So a bit of a low bounce being seen here off the surface.
So they're still trailed by 7 as the delivery pushed into the offside by Carlon Tuckett, who's on 13. And now striker Joshua Bishop has not faced the delivery as yet.
And so he's gotten a bit of a start here, Tuckett.
Sweeping down towards back of the square, get another boundary. Good shot on the center and leg stump, and he swept it well down towards back of the square for 4.
Yeah, so the deficit now is just 3 runs, and I said it before, he's not backing down, and I think Carey Pierre is playing into his hands a bit. I understand what Carey Pierre is trying to do, bowling from that end, getting the drift and then getting the grip, turning the ball back the other way to the offside, but by missing his length, as we see Desmond Haynes here, the chief selector, chairman of selectors, and also fourth official, Mr. Joseph, sitting behind him. Carlon Tuckett is not backing down, and Carey Pierre is playing into his hands, missing his length and his line, allowing him to play the sweep shot.
So he's pushing into the onside. So Tuckett is on 17 to bring up the end of the over. 17 from 35 or from 36.
And I love this from Tuckett. Ball not quite there, and he could have so easily, the confidence and the blood rushing from that boundary the ball before, could have looked to go after Carey Pierre, probably looking to cut or sweep or charge at him, but realizing he's playing the ball on merit, and this is good from Tuckett. And that conversation with Joshua Bishop, who is new to the crease, possibly just reminding each other, couple of minutes to lunch.
Yes.
Let's see it
Let's
to lunch.
just take it to lunch and then come back after lunch.
And let's have a sit down at lunch and reassess and see where we can go from here.
So Bishop will be facing up to Brian Charles, who's bowling from the National Heroes Park end. So Bishop in the Joshua Bishop in the first innings got to 32. So he's a good batter, a good low order batter.
I think it came in quick time, if memory serves.
It's 32 from 50 deliveries. flat, fast, and he's onto the back foot, punching down to straight his mid wicket.
So it's his first delivery. We haven't seen anything to go on if he's going to be aggressive, but quite early.
I doubt it. With a few minutes to go before lunch, I probably doubt it. He's punching down the ground to get an easy single. Sales is on the long on fence, so he's off the mark.
And I guess if I mention the fact that Jaden Seals is on the long on boundary rather than at mid on, it's almost like us beating a dead horse because we've spoken so much through this game for both teams, both the Red Force and the Academy, that there are new batters at the crease and you have deep fielders, and the caveat being 6 minutes before lunch and interval.
Tuckett is in behind a good delivery. Yes, because in your new batter, it makes sense to try and keep some pressure. With a few minutes to go before lunch as well, keeping the pressure on the batsman would be important.
I will say this though, after this delivery.
So he's playing into the offside. That's Tuckett. We get an easy single. So one more to the total. He moves on to 18, 165. So just 1 run deficit. So just need to score 1 run to be on par with the totals.
I will say this though, and so far as we talk about that, we can sit here. Of course, the captain is out there. He has a feel for the game. He knows what he's doing out there. It's also, as we've said multiple times throughout the game, that it's a learning curve. It's not just a learning curve for the academy. It's a learning curve for many of the guys in the Red Force setup as well.
Drive in the air, but it goes down to mid wicket. So again, easy single, short of catch it. Okay, single, that's Bishop. So the scores are level. So any runs scored after this, it means that it would be the runs that the Red Force would have to make to win this game.
Yeah, indeed. And that's also the other side of why we think possibly that Brian Charles should have had a more close-in fielders.
Pushed into the offside. So a good milestone for at the end of the over for the West Indies Academy to get to, because they have been able now to erase that deficit, and now they'll have to now try and make some runs. So it is important that as a young team that they were not fazed by the fact that they were down by 166 runs, because they could have easily come and given their hands away to them and maybe lost the game by an innings. But we have seen a bit of fight, and that's what you want to see from our youngsters. And with just a couple of minutes to go before lunch, these two would want to stay until lunch.
Yeah, 100% correct. Totally agree with you. We're talking about that learning curve, and we can see through the application of these academy batters that they are learning. I think you used the phrase yesterday, learning on the job, and they're showing. Yes, 7 batters may have gotten out, but they've shown in their innings, all the batters so far, that they are learning, and you can see the application and the effort and the thinking about the game and that body language that they want to do well.
Yes, so they have been able to score some 82 runs for the morning, but they would have lost 4 wickets. And playing it down to slip on the bounce to Charles. So they scored runs, but they would have lost some wickets. They would have been happy with the number of runs they would have scored, but the number of wickets they would have lost, they would be a bit disappointed.
I think this, with the deficit now gone, I think it sets up the afternoon session in particular to be quite entertaining.
They would still, yes, it should be an interesting time after lunch. Forced it into the onside. Good stop by Terence Hines, is it? Or that's Hines, or is it Tion Webster as a matter of fact? He knocks it down and prevents any possibility of a run. Onto the back foot and goes back down the strip. So
Yeah, I think that the first 15 minutes after lunch, we're going to get a gauge for the mindset of both teams, because I think the Red Force are going to come really hard looking for those wickets. As we talk about the deep fielders, I think they're going to change that tactic after lunch.
So Bishop is easily onto the front foot.
And I think at some point, should he stay doing what he's doing now, Joshua Bishop, I'm speaking of here, as he plays himself into his innings, I think at some point, the longer he stays, he is going to set off some fireworks in that afternoon session.
Platter fast as onto the back foot punches. Will get an easy single, goes down to long on to bring up the end of the over at the end of it 167. It is for 7. So it's
Indeed, it is lunch.
So it's
Umpire Blades umpire Banwari has removed the bails, and the players are walking off. So at the end of the first session, the morning session on day 3, in this encounter between the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force and the West Indies Academy in round 3 of the CWI Championship 2024, the West Indies Academy have managed in the morning session to knock off that deficit of 80 odd runs that they started the day needing, and they actually now lead by 1 run with Joshua Bishop and Carlin Tuckett and 3 wickets in hand. The afternoon session after lunch promises to be quite entertaining. The Red Force hunting 3 wickets, the Academy looking to put as many more runs on the board to make sure that a target is set for the Red Force. So 40 minutes it will be, the interval, and in about 40 minutes time we'll have more entertainment for you from the Connery Sports Complex. Definitely a wonderful day for cricket, and the sun has continued after some rain interruptions in the first round of matches in the CWI for the Championship Edition 2024. The second round has been all play on each of the 3 days so far, today being day number 3 in the round of 2 matches, and all 4 venues. The weather has been wonderful, both here in the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis and across in Jamaica. The Trinidad and Tobago Red Force versus the West Indies Academy, and into the second session on day 3 we go. And you can see there on the screen, all players, including batters, and the umpires are out in the middle. And Brian Charles with the ball in hand, warming up with some throwdowns there to Anderson Phillip. And the state of this encounter, the West Indies Academy in their first innings, 163 all out. The Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, 329 all out. And in their second innings, the West Indies Academy, 167 for 7. Still with 3 second innings wickets in hand. And a lead of 1 run as Brian Charles gets us going. Colin Bowen Tuckett not out on 18 as we get started. He's facing up, and Joshua Bishop facing 2 back foot punches in defense. Colin Bowen Tuckett not out on 18 at the non-strikers end, will come into strike now with that single, and Joshua Bishop now moving on to 4. And alongside me to take you through the first part of this afternoon session on day 3 is former Leeward Islands or Combined Islands player, man with just about 3,000 runs in first class cricket, Mr. Victor Eddy.
Good afternoon to you, and good afternoon to all our listeners. Basu, well, the action continues here at the Connery Cricket Centre. Well, 2 runs in the lead now, so 2 runs we can say in the format now, 7 wickets now, in reality.
Yes, as Tuckett defends on that front foot, it is now probably more on his shoulders to get the academy to a score that would give some challenge to the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, because they will have to bat again with the Red Force.
Yes, indeed. They definitely would have to bat again. But at Warner Park, when the luncheon interval was taken, Louis was on 95 not out, and if he would get another 100, that will be his second so far of the season. So many congratulations to him thus far, and no doubt throughout the Leeward Islands, but more specifically in St. Kitts, they would really be so joyful if he gets another 100, and this can ask big questions in the future tour coming up to England in June.
So the first over by Brian Charles, just a 1 run in it as we start after the lunch interval, and carry pair it will be, so spin from both ends as we continue into the afternoon session. Carry pair and Brian Charles doing the bulk of the heavy lifting bowling wise for the Red Force in that first session. For the academy, looking to cut and almost falling back on his stumps. Almost playing on and then almost falling back on his stumps, and you can hear the expression from Amir Django behind the stumps.
Well, just managing to sustain his balance, unfortunately for him and the West Indies Academy.
Yeah, I was about to, as he prods forward, I was about to call out some of the scores for the academy in this innings, and immediately Carey Pierre, as he's done throughout his almost 20 overs, it's now into his 19th, has been creating opportunities. This one driven square of the wicket. In fact, it comes out the outer portion of the bat and runs down to third man, and in that third region over the boundary rope now for 4.
Yes, and fortunately that, but he went hard though. The batsman went hard, And so there was no chance for a first slip pulling it in and earn 4 runs. So all the runs that they can get now will be so necessary to the West Indies Academy because they have cleared the deficit, and they're actually practically now scoring runs that the Red Force would have to get, and definitely they will have to bet a second time. That's the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force.
And as he defends on the back foot again, does Joshua Bishop. Insofar as I was going to call out some of the scores, and as you mentioned that, I think a lot of the academy batters will be mightily disappointed because more runs not only means that your personal statistics get better, but of course you add to the team doing a lot better. And so many of the players for the academy in this innings getting into double figures, getting starts into the teens, the 20s and the 30s. No one yet in the innings carrying on to do what Chadwick Walton or Jed Gooley in this game or Vikash Mohan has done.
And Louis has been doing also too, whereby getting 113 in the first innings against the defending champions and going into lunch on 95 not out. So he has been having a good season so far, and from his and the Leeward Islands Hurricane point of view, they will hope that he can just sustain and maintain that consistency, and he will be asking big questions towards the West Indies selectors.
Yeah, indeed. 172 for 7, the first 2 overs after lunch now completed, and the West Indies Academy leading by some 6 runs in this second innings now, meaning that TNT Red Force will have to bat. Joshua Bishop on strike, and we have spoken about and continue to speak about so many wonderful individual performances throughout the first 2 rounds so far in the tournament, both with bat and ball, as Carlon Tuckett defends on the back foot. But when you take it further, Victor, from those individual performances, false start here, not just ready yet is Tuckett. You look at the team performances, and we've seen a couple of centuries, a handful of centuries in the tournament so far. But many of the games not exactly going the full distance of 4 days.
Well, some of it has been associated with the weather atmosphere, really, and that is so. But then, too, some teams were bowled out to before 90 overs have been completed so far in this tournament. But it is good to see that the players or the batsmen who have gotten stats carry on to get to the 100. So we would hope we would see more of that when batsmen from whichever team get starts, that they can carry on and excel. Well, 7 runs it is practically now that the academy has, but 7 wickets also down.
Looking to reverse sweep, executes with perfection does Joshua Bishop, and as I predicted before the luncheon interval, I thought we may see some fireworks from Joshua Bishop, and he's obliged after the interval.
Well, and the scorers here just to my right here at the Connery Cricket Centre has indicated that Louis has gotten to his another 100.
Brian Charles continues here, and the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force hunting 3 wickets for the opportunity now to go back in and bat with a meager total. Just 11 runs the lead so far, and at the end of another Brian Charles over, quite tidy the over, and we know of so many results. 3 other games are going on, and we'll give you some updates on all those games as we go through the afternoon session. And going through the afternoon session with spin here is the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, and it's Carrie Pierre who's going to continue from that northern end, possibly with the breeze coming from that end, looking to drift the ball into the batter and then turn it away from him.
Yes, indeed, and that could be the purpose of the bowler coming, that's Pierre, the left arm orthodox spinner, coming from that particular end. Well, in fact, just 11 runs practically that the academy has now, but 7 wickets down, 3 wickets in hand.
Gary Pierre now with 2 slips in operation, and that's again, if he's drifting the ball into the batter, possibly turning it away, bring those slips into play.
That is what I thought, as good as he has been bowling, that is what I thought he would have did right away this morning when they came out where they had a deficit still facing them, have more men, and appropriately now he has placed the second slip.
As Colin Tuckett defends on the front foot again. That was my prediction as we closed the first session, Gary and myself. I told him I think the first 15 minutes of the afternoon session is going to give us an indication of just how both of these teams will be approaching the game from here on out. I thought that there would be some fireworks from Joshua Bishop. He's already hit a boundary and looked to score quickly. Shorter from Pierre and punched off the back foot into the cover region and is going to run away, not quite to the boundary. Terence Hines does the retrieval, a couple of runs.
Well, these two are consolidating, and to an extent they're trying their best to establish a partnership which will be most appropriate for the West Indies Academy.
Yeah, and I felt like the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, you would have seen a difference in the field set and the tactics after lunch. Forward defensive again, and those 2 slips and the point fielder give that indication that Brian Charles is hunting the forward short leg as well, is hunting for those remaining wickets. The end of another over, and the total 179 for 7, the West Indies Academy, and you can see there the evidence of what we mentioned as we came back. Starts for many of the batters and not carrying on.
Yes, indeed, and really that is an aspect, a general aspect that overall, that no doubt all the coaches of the various teams would have observed and to really try to work on those areas with all the cricketers, but more so the batsmen. Well, the thing is that the action is here at the Connery Cricket Centre.
Yeah, so the CWI 4-Day Championship Edition 2024, the games are going on in Jamaica. The Jamaica Scorpions versus the combined campuses and colleges. Reverse sweeping again, not making connection this time. And the Scorpions versus the CCC. The Scorpions are 331 in their first innings, replying to the 307 of the CCC in their first innings. So a lead of 24 runs. And the combined campuses and colleges punched off the back foot. Just getting their second innings off the way, and already 0 for 1. So they've lost their first wicket and are still in the deficit of the combined campuses and colleges. And the Barbados Pride and Windward Islands Volcanoes game has come to an end. Give you the result in a moment. Brian Charles pitching this one up and drawing the batter forward. The Barbados Pride have lost by 9 wickets. So the Barbados Pride 214 in their first innings. The Volcanoes replied with 325. Pulled away, not in the gap, and they're only going to get 1 run. So 214 from the Pride. The Volcanoes 325, taking a lead into second innings. They bowled out the Pride for 126, and that meant just a target of 16 runs. And the Volcanoes knocked off that target in a quick time, just a loss of 1 wicket. So the first game, we've been talking about it going the full distance, Victor, and the first game of this round of matches not going the full 4 days. Looking to whip this one away on the leg side. There is a deep mid wicket in place, so just a single on this occasion. Is that a bit of a concern? Is that a bit of concern from a West Indies perspective that we're having games and teams that not carrying games into the full 4 days?
Well, yeah, that will be a general concern. And it would have to be how the players have been applying themselves.
Driven on the offside, Jason Mohammed will pick up. And again, it's going to beg the question as we come to the end of an over. Another Brian Charles over, just a handful of runs, 3 runs in fact from the over. And it's now 182 for 7, the lead 16. It's going to beg the question that how do we get from a point of so many centuries being scored, so many wickets being taken, how do we get, more so from a runs perspective, how do we get teams scoring in excess of 300 consistently, 350, and batting, as you said just a while ago, the 90 overs?
Yeah, and like Gary Pemberton has alluded to, which is such a valuable point, because it's a 4-day contest, you must spend time at the crease. Spending time at the crease does not necessarily means just occupying the crease, but trying to score runs. If you're not getting the boundaries, the 6s and the 4s, you must pick up the 1s and the 2s. So all the runs are very important, and to develop partnership, shot selections, and so on.
So the first bowling change, and a bit of a surprise for me. Terence Hines is going to be coming in from that northern end. I thought that Brian Charles may have continued with his spinners for a bit longer, but Terence Hines hasn't bowled in this innings just yet, has he? And we will see what effect the seamer has now. Going full is Terence Hines. And just played out onto the offside by Joshua Bishop. So he's had the 4 overs before for just 19 runs in this innings as Terence Hines.
That's indeed. What is the latest position at the match at Warner Park? Could you look it up and give our listeners an update?
So settling himself is Joshua Bishop. Shorter, cut away. Is it going to beat Anderson Phillip? No, he does well. In fact, it's Jaden Seals out there to stop this one. And a little bit disappointed with himself, felt that he could have stopped it a little bit cleaner. So a completed game, and one that seems to be going near completion out there in Jamaica. And here in St. Kitts, just about 20 minutes walk away from us. The Leeward Islands Hurricanes are 352 in their first innings. The Harpy Eagles bowled out for 188. Tucked away on the leg side. And a bit of a misfield there allows them to come back for the second run. And again, they just seem to be a bit sloppy to the Red Force in the field coming back in after the luncheon interval. And having had that lead, the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, they did have the option of enforcing the follow-on and chose not to. They're now 189 for 4 in their second innings. So they now have a lead to the Leeward Islands Hurricanes of 353 runs. Mikhail Louis is not out on 107. Looking to drive and missing. Well kept by Amir Django. Just seemed to keep a bit low this one.
Extremely low.
Indeed, Django taking that one down. Can you get lower than your ankles, the soles of your feet? With Mikhail Louis in the wicket now is under 19 standout Jewel Andrew, who is still yet to score, just coming to the wicket a few moments ago.
Batsman out.
Looking to drive again, better length from Terence Hines. He's found his line and length as Terence Hines.
Yes, a good line and length delivery there. Making the batsman attempt the cover drive, but luckily for him, he did not get a touch as the keeper standing back on a solitary slip and a gully. Well, from our vantage point here, it looked like more likely a second slip than a first slip in terms of the distance that he is away from the wicket keeper.
Yeah, Brian Charles himself at that second slip, so it'll probably be there's one slip on a gully. Full driven and out to that mid-on fielder, and there's no run to bring us to the end of another over. 186 for 7, and even when you look around, I mean, we have this 4-day championship currently in progress, and this is the platform for many of these young chaps to go on to the senior level and international cricket. And you look around the world, and there are 2 test series presently in progress in New Zealand and South Africa, and India, England. And when you look around the world, you look at how the game has changed and how it's progressing. You see, in 35 overs, England has already scored 200 and something odd runs in 35 overs in a test match. And their opening batter getting 100 in less than 100 balls.
Well, what the situation there might be is that because of the wealth of experience, the
Carey Pierre will continue and just pushed away into the offside.
yeah, the batsman will assess the situation that it is a test match which is due for 5 days without any weather interruptions, but not just staying at the crease, but so obviously in exchanging the strike, because when a bowler, any type of bowler, have to bowl too often, or if he gets the opportunity, as one is played out in the offside, no, is no run. If he gets the opportunity to bowl many deliveries at one particular batsman, it is easier.
Looking to cut, cries of catch it, jumping just in front of the skipper, it looks like, out there at a point. And no run.
Well, 20 runs in the lead now.
Carey Pierre has changed his approach here and chosen to go over the wicket. In fact, he's come from this commentary box and he's been swung around by his captain. And is over the wicket from the Heroes Park end. So that's probably why the over was given to Terence Hines from the other end, to allow Carey Pierre to come to this end. We wait and see.
Well, and also to come in from that end, as that has completed the over, being quietly played out to cover, in that coming from this end, the media center end, whatever percentage of breeze that is coming across the ground will help him when he pitches the leg break on center stump to the right hander, going across the right hander. Probably that might be one of the main reasons shifting him. But it is also good reason for the batsman to see the same bowler coming from a different end.
Yeah, and Terence Hines, though, will have the ball in hand from the northern end. And those conditions you talk about, the breeze coming across will help Terence Hines with the swinging of the ball. You see so many times, and this is the fun part for me of the red ball format, when you see the players working on the ball and working on that shine, and the red ball, you can get it to swing a lot longer than the white ball, and on occasions in different conditions you get it to reverse swing. I heard you would have played against some players who would have swung the ball.
Oh yeah, well, in various ways, and more so at the regional level, Leeward Islands level. Yes, you had some good swing bowlers around. Bernard Julian comes to mind, former Trinidadian and West Indian left arm medium fast bowler. There was a guy also, many players, very good new ball bowlers.
Cut away, and Jaden Seals is in the way, so just one run. I understand you faced the great Malcolm Marshall.
Yeah, well, yes, for the Combined Islands, they're in Barbados. Well, actually, if you check the record, you can see for yourself. Really, my highest score against Barbados in those days was 58, and I was in the wicket at the time with Sir Vivian Richards, who got 156 or something like that. And at least against the caliber of Marshall and Garner and Wayne Daniel and those guys, at least that was a good achievement getting into the 50s against that type of attack. I mean, which were so many of them went on to play Test cricket,
So-
Marshall and Wayne Daniel. And so forth.
So are you telling me that you have under your belt that you've gotten the better of the late great Sir Malcolm Marshall?
No, I did not say that.
Oh, okay.
I said he was in the team.
I think
Uh,
I think you're backpedaling, but
No. At first, I wasn't applying that because which batsman can ever say that they really dominated Malcolm Marshall throughout his highest level of cricket, Test cricket? And when you hear conversations, and one run down to long leg. But when you hear conversations around the fast bowlers that the West Indies have produced, Malcolm Marshall name always comes up, the late Malcolm Marshall. And when most of the former fast bowlers like Sir Andy Now, Michael Holding and Colin Croft and Joel Garner and so forth, and they ask them in their view and saying, most of them come out with Malcolm as number one. And sometimes it's not always in the column section of wickets, because in Malcolm's time they played far less cricket than Courtney Walsh. So obviously the guy who played more cricket will get more wickets, more likely, or most likely. But a great guy he was too.
Yorker length from Terence Hines, and he is the proponent of good Yorkers is Terence Hines.
Yes indeed, yes indeed, yes indeed. And Malcolm Marshall, he had a nice personality, and it was. Well, I never came into anyone or run into anyone who had anything bad to say about the guy. That signifies how nice he was as a person. But under the field of play, which obviously is the challenges and so forth, there is no friendship in trading. So it's different when you put on the whites and you walk out. Off the field always used to be different, but all the players used to be so serious.
Terence Hines looking for that Yorker once again. Comes to the end of his over. The lead now 22 for the West Indies Academy, 188 for 7 in their second innings. And speaking of great fast bowlers, a very special happy birthday going out to the Whispering Death. Today is Mr. Michael Holding's birthday.
What?
You share the same planet, I believe.
Well, we all are Aquarians. Well, look at that. Well, not coincidence, because your date of birth is no coincidence. That's a natural thing. But at the same time, it's nice to be in association of the same month with players who played at the highest level. Michael Holding is celebrating his birthday today. Desmond Haynes was yesterday. I was the day before. So I'm getting into the test team in the birthday aspect.
There you go. There you go.
Anyway, I will have to make way now for. Is you?
So Carrie Pierre will continue from Heroes Park end, and a slip and a forward short leg. The two batters in close in under the bat. This one pushed out forward defensively out into the covers, and the skipper Brian Charles comes around and does a fielding, tosses back to Carrie Pierre, and Carlin Bowen tuck it on strike is progressing nicely. As he defends forward, he's gotten himself a start as the young wicketkeeper batter.
Well, I like to see his approach to in this situation whereby he has not demonstrated of taking any undue risks. He's playing every ball on its merit. I hope he don't prove me wrong.
Looking to sweep. Appeal from Amir Jango behind the sticks. Umpire Blades shakes the head. It's not out.
I think that was just an emotional appeal because looking at it, first of all, you would have seen a reaction from the batsman if he had played it. But right away, he was just stepping away to a little part of square leg that stuck it. But just as I was saying before, he almost proved me wrong.
Well, I think proving you wrong as this one spins past the outside edge. And Carrie Pierre yet again getting the ball to grip and pitching way outside leg stump. and taken by the first slip and not the keeper. That's how much spin Gary Pierre got.
And I think he's bowling on the appropriate side of the wicket where he can get that amount of spin, and that last delivery has just showed it.
Of course, he's going to be looking to pitch in the rough of the footmarks of the fast bowlers that would have been left on that side of the pitch. Of course, you talk about Colin Tuckett proving you wrong, but Gary can attest to this. He executed the sweep shot quite well on occasion in that first session.
No, when I made the comment, and then him being sweeping, not saying that he should exclude it, he would have proven my comment then indifferent. But anyway, all went safe, and safe for the West Indies Academy. So the battle continues out there, and it's good to see that both batsmen right away after the over having a mid-pitch conversation. Obviously, they might be discussing what should be the approach here on in, because only 22 in the lead, only 3 wickets left.
So the end of another over, and the Academy stand at 188 for 7. Their lead now 22. We'll take a short break, and in about 30 seconds we'll be back with you. As we welcome you back to Connery Cricket Ground at the Connery Sports Complex, Terence Hines, it is continuing from the northern end and conceding a run off the first delivery of his over. So with a lead now, the West Indies Academy of 23, and looking to press on and get as many as possible. Colin Tuckett and Joshua Bishop both into the 20s. They have gotten starts as I welcome in to start his tenure alongside me, Gary Pemberton. How are you doing, Gary?
I'm good. Good afternoon to you. Good afternoon to listeners.
Terence Hines just pulling the length back slightly. Sifa Scooper doing the fielding behind point on the offside. I know you sat on the outside and you looked at it from a ground level. If you recall, when we finished before the lunch interval, I mentioned that the first 15 minutes we would get a clear indication as to how each team is going to progress and approach the game. So from ground level, as this one is cut behind point, in between Jaden Seals and Cephas Cooper, and a runaway down the hill to the boundary for 4 runs.
Good shot. Another good shot there by Colin Tuckett. He was outside the off stump and he got it for 4. So these two they have settled in well after lunch. Not the aggressive type of batting, but they have tried to play themselves in, and they have looked pretty solid after lunch. They have now extended lead to 27 runs. So at least they would have done the groundwork in terms of erasing the 166, and now they're trying to give the Red Forces as many runs as possible.
Yeah, so I want to delve into, as I mentioned, this first portion of the afternoon session and the indication. I want to hear your thoughts from looking at it from the ground level, and we'll come back to it after this one. Down the leg side. And definitely bat on it. It had to be bat playing that far away from the body. And another boundary here for the Academy.
Badly lined by Hines, and all that Tuckett had to do was to get bat on it. He did it, and he got another boundary. 2 consecutive 4s for the youngster. He has now moved on to 31 from 72. He would want to continue batting, try and at least get to the half century, and then see how many more runs he can get after that.
Yeah, so looking at it from ground level as you were, your assessment of that first just about half an hour after lunch?
It has been a good period of play. Colin Tuckett has looked confident since he has come back out after lunch.
Terence Hines is on the stumps this time. Better line delivery, but still down the legs, on the legs of Tuckett, who turns it away to Jason Mohammed out there at the square leg.
And it's good to see that the youngsters have not given up the fight. They have been trying to set themselves in there, trying to at least put up some resistance, and they have been pretty successful so far. This partnership has now progressed to 43 runs. They came together at 155, so now they're going to 198. So a good little partnership developing.
Yeah, 200 around the corner. Of course, the lead more important at this point than just getting to that landmark of the team 200. Full, looking for the Yorker again and flicked away. Is it going to get to the boundary? He's after it, and the lightning quick outfield will ensure that the ball wins the race against Vikash Mohan.
Expensive over for Terrence Hines, some 4 boundaries struck, so some 14 runs coming off that over. So yes, they came out after lunch, they started slowly, and now they seem to be increasing the run rate. So it's 200, with that boundary, 200 has come up for the West Indies Academy, 202 for 7 after 63 overs.
Yeah, and as I mentioned, the 200, definitely a landmark. They haven't gotten to 200 yet, and they're now crossing 200. More importantly, the 36 runs on the positive side of the ledger, rather than the negative side of the ledger for the academy. Bit of a chat here between, just outside of your frame, between Carrie Pierre and his skipper, Brian Charles. And again, we've seen from the academy, as you just mentioned, they've progressed and they've taken the time, they've been aggressive as well. And that was the positivity I hinted at before lunch. And this discussion here between Carrie Pierre and his captain, from the other side, the Red Force side of things, I also felt that we would see him be a little bit more aggressive, Brian Charles. Did you see it that way from a ground level, from a Red Force perspective?
In terms of his field placing?
Field placings and his tactics, his bowling changes since the luncheon interval.
Well, we have not, because the 2 batsmen have seemed to have been batting well. I believe that the captain, Brian Charles, he would have tried to change the bowling around, because you realize he brought in Terrence Hines to see what Terrence Hines would do from the far end, and then he brought Carrie Pierre from this end.
And to interject, he's actually made another bowling change here with Vikash Mohan coming in.
Right, he realized he's just trying a different bowler to see if he can probably break this partnership, which is developing nicely. But he has tried to change around the bowlers to ensure that no one bowler the batter is settling into any particular bowler.
So Vikash Mohan it will be, who's come into this tournament known more for his batting, but that North-South game back in Trinidad and Tobago, which is the game that usually warms up the team and where the team is selected from. Vikash Mohan took wickets in that game as well. I have to check back. I think it was either 4 or 5 when he did bowl. Flighted delivery, looking to cut only to Jason Mohammed at cover. Vikash Mohan, the off spinner from Central Trinidad, represents from South Trinidad, in fact, represents the Clark Road United Club. Floated up outside the off stump and driven again to Jason Mohammed. Jason Mohammed is a bit busy in that extra cover region. And so I guess the benefit of this Trinidad and Tobago setup, and we chatted about this a bit yesterday, floated again by Mohan. The makeup of the team, where Brian Charles has that luxury of being able to call on a few different guys to turn their arm over.
Yes, and he's doing it in this innings, trying to break this partnership. So Tuckett, who has looked good, he is settling nicely. He's on 32, and he's looking to extend the lead. So the partnership 47 from some 83 balls, so good partnership. And Bishop has scored 24. Tuckett is onto the front foot. And so the over has been completed. So over number 64, 202. So they have scored fairly quickly after lunch. Got just about 37 minutes since the luncheon interval, and they've scored some 35 runs.
A run a minute, just about. So the lead progressing nicely here for the academy. And as we speak about bowlers and Brian Charles being able to call upon his bowlers, Vikash Mohan, the off spinner, another off spinner today reaching a landmark, Ravi Chandran Ashwin, has reached the landmark of a 500 test wickets for India, and that is indeed some accomplishment for the man.
To get to 500 wickets, it's a real good accomplishment.
I got emotional there speaking about it. You don't usually hear about the spinners getting that far. You usually hear about the fast bowlers, the Jimmy Andersons, the Courtney Walsh, these type of guys going that far. But definitely a wonderful achievement for Ravichandran Ashwin. And I think it is Nathan Lyons who's also eyeing up 500 test wickets. Or is it Jack Leach? One of them is already over 400 test wickets. I have to check my stats.
So it's Hines we're bowling to. Bishop playing it down toward third man and will get another boundary. So the boundaries are coming fast and furious here in this second half an hour after the lunch interval. So they have settled nicely and picking up the runs quickly.
That's a beautiful shot. What I liked about it is Joshua Bishop in playing that shot as their 50-run partnership. You mentioned they were 40 odd. Is now a run up to 51 in quick time. 85 deliveries, Bishop and Tuckett. He stood still. His feet were planted. He was well balanced, head still, and really just all about the hands and playing the line of the ball and picking that gap between the slip. There's a huge gap, and the backward point fielder.
Yeah, so there's no third man. There's a fielder down at backward point, and he got it well to the left of that fielder and into the boundary for 4 runs. So the academy lead by some 40 runs. So they'll be happy with that effort, with the effort from the youngsters. And Bishop is driving. He'll get an easy single, goes down to deep cover. And Jed Guli moving back. He feels one more to the total. And so it's a good partnership. These two youngsters looking good. And both batters will want to get up to the half-century mark and see how long they can extend this game, because persons were thinking that this game probably could have been over sometime shortly after the luncheon interval, but they have decided that they will put their head down and do some batting.
I laugh when you say that, because I went for lunch in the players' dining hall, and looking for that Yorker again is Terrence Hydes. And Imran Khan, Shaki, came in to eat at the same time. He said, boy, you're getting a day off tomorrow. and I said, Shaki, you go ahead. You go ahead. I can't be biased. I can't say, well, you all will win this evening. But when you talk about the progression of the match, it makes me laugh thinking back to the luncheon interval. But the academy, I think, going back to what we would have chatted about just before the lunch interval and seeing the approach, I think the academy, more than the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, have come out, as this one is flicked into the leg side, no run, have come out and done what I expected them to do. Take some time, just get set, and then start going. The Red Force, I think Brian Charles, he started off with Carey Pierre having 2 slips, and I thought, okay, he's going to go that direction and start pressing. And we see now he's kind of spread the field a bit, and just seemingly, I don't know if you have a different perspective, but I think he's a little bit on the back foot and a bit on the defensive.
Yes, because I think the batsmen, they have settled in nicely, and they have now been going after the bowling, so maybe that's why he's on the defensive.
41 runs the lead, full again from Hines and driven straight to the fielder at mid-off.
But he has 2 fielders on the onside, a straightish mid-on and a fielder next to him on the right. So 2 fielders short for that shot on the onside. Because sometimes playing the on-drive, the ball leaves the bat in the air. So those 2 fielders are placed there just in case Tuckett would decide to go for the on-drive.
And Terrence Hines with that slinging arm action, and then of course that breeze coming over from his left side into the batter. Short, wide, taken by Django. Probably just really looking for that one coming into them to get them to play to one of those 2 fielders as we come to the end of the over. 207 for 7, the West Indies Academy. First looking at a 50-run lead just around the corner, and then possibly from there a 100-run lead. And I heard you mention it with Vic as the lead is 41, that they take it half an hour by half an hour, hour by hour. The runs as well.
Yeah.
25 runs at a time or 10 runs at a time even.
Yes. So they would have scored some 40 runs since the luncheon interval. At lunch, Bishop was on 3, so he's now on 29. So he has scored 26 runs. Tuckett was on 18, so he has scored some 14 runs since the luncheon interval, and they are settling nicely. Probably putting a little pressure on the Red Force, if I should say that.
A slip, a deep point on the boundary, extra cover mid-off, a forward short leg, a regulation short mid-wicket, deep mid-wicket, a long leg. Vikash Mohan, the off-spinner, continues. In the air to carry pair, no. One bounce, just about 5 yards in front of him.
Yes, he went for the drive, went in the air. I was just looking at the fielder down on the back of the point, because for the off spinner, would you want to have somebody down on the back of the point boundary, the ball coming back in towards the right, and maybe the fielder down at back of the point might be wasted at this point in time, unless he's going to bowl a wide and short delivery.
Looking to get in behind it and coming out the outer portion of the bat, and the expressions from Amir Django tells you exactly what you need to know. He's creating some problems here, Vikash Mohan, for the batters. Reverse sweeping, half of an appeal.
That's an unnecessary shot. He played it earlier, and he tried it again, almost caused his downfall, and there was no need for that shot. An off drive would have been good. Come drive through extra cover, he could have gotten a couple of runs.
Possibly the fact that he drove earlier in the over, and drove in the air, probably wanting to try something different for a defensive. But I lean on the side of agreement with you, though. Being circumspect and probably straight bat. I don't think, somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, obviously, but I don't think that Joshua Bishop would have faced Vikash Mohan ever. Almost playing it in the air back to the bowler. The expression from Brian Charles at first slip, hands on head, tells you chances created.
Probably just dropped just in front of him. Went for the drive, and he left the bat in the air and dropping just in front of the bowler who took it on the bounce. So things are happening this over.
Floated up from Mohan and driven on the onside to end the over. Joshua Bishop, an eventful over, yielding absolutely no runs in the end. Made over from Vikash Mohan. He's bowled 2 overs so far, and still no runs off of his bowling. 207 for 7, the West Indies Academy.
So 2 very tight overs from Vikash Mohan. So, but as I indicated, that fielder down on the back of the point boundary, I think is wasted for Mohan bowling from the National Heroes Park end. But it seems as though it will
Anderson
be
Phillip.
Phillip.
It is.
Yeah, Phillip will be brought into the attack from the fire. 9 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 29. So he has replaced Terence Hines, who would have gone for a few runs. And Captain Brian Charles has decided to go with his opening bowler, Phillip, from that far end.
Yeah, Terence Hines a little bit up and down in that spell. Remember that over that went for 14, he over-pitched on a couple of occasions, and then that one way down the leg side that Tucker just had to get bat on and went away past Amir Django in a flash. And, yeah, he is now Tuckett. He'll be facing up to the fast bowler, Anderson Phillip. Shortish,
Keeping it,
dying as
yeah,
it gets to Django.
keeping a bit low, and see the batsman Tuckett was onto the back foot, and then he had to try and get the bat down on it, but it was outside the off stump.
Yeah, definitely a short one,
Yeah,
Gary.
kept low and dropping in front of the keeper. So Tuckett will have to keep his eyes on it. But Tuckett has looked good. He has batted well, and that will, this innings certainly will do his confidence at the world of good.
I sat at the lunch interval and I thought to myself, maybe maybe a lead of about 75, and Trinidad and Tobago may have to get somewhere between 75 to 100 to win, given the caliber of batting still in the academy unit. And now that we've seen that ball do that, should the academy, let's say, get to 150,
Could be a different ball game.
this one again, it's back of a length, and Amir Django is taking the ball below his knees.
Well, this is the third day as well, and this is the third pitch, and the ball, it is now 63 overs old, so the ball is getting a bit old. So
And you have an academy team with a young man named Ashmead Ned, who's coming off of a fifer, and another young man who's at the non-strikers end, who between them bowled 70 odd overs in that first innings and got the ball to turn. Is it going to be a straightforward chase for the Red Force? Fuller from Anderson have punched into the offside. Jaden Seals has come off the third man boundary and do the fielding.
well, so it depends on the final score, but if they can get to 125, between 125 and 150, maybe they could put some pressure on the Red Force and probably take this game into the 4.
Gary has given me a wink, and I think that's to say that I have said 150 and he said 125.
No, I said between 125 and 150.
But indeed, I mean, and that's the wonderful thing. This, what's that phrase I've heard the elders say? This game of glorious uncertainties.
It is.
Anderson Phillip pitching up on this occasion, looking to hit the top off, and Bishop is nicely in behind it and pushing out into the offside. But definitely, and you've heard me say this even from the first round when we called again the game with the academy, that they do bat deep. And for all intents and purposes, they bat down to number 11. Ashmead Ned hasn't fired with the bat just yet, but he can bat. And in that first inning, it's Johan Lane coming in, was it 9 or 10, and getting 20 odd runs. And really, there again, one dying as it gets to Django. And it was Johan Lane and Joshua Bishop who, if not for them, they would have only gotten probably about 125 in their first innings.
Lane made 27 from 23 balls.
There you go. So they do bat deep.
And he had 3 sixes in the 27.
Yeah. So it makes for an interesting contest here. Of course, the academy as well too, in the back of their mind, there are 208 on the board. They will know that a further 42 runs will give them, just outside the off stump, and almost unsure as to what to do, Joshua Bishop.
A bit more effort being put into that final delivery from Phillip to bring up the end of the over. So with the lead of some 42 runs, it is still not a huge lead. So if the Red Force can pick up the remaining 2 wickets quickly, then the game can be over pretty quickly. But these 2 batsmen are looking good, and the management of the West Indies Academy would want these 2 to continue. I am sure when they went in to lunch, the management sat down those 2 individuals and said, "We have lots of time remaining in this game. You need to stay in the wicket and bat as long as possible."
And you say the lead is 42. Add that 42 to the 208. That's 250 runs on the board. And despite whatever happens in the game, that 250 is going to give them bonus points. The batting bonus points that are on offer in this tournament as Vikash Mohan continues from Heroes Park end. Floated up again, full and driven straight to Terrence Hines at extra cover. And you never know how important, from a championship perspective, those bonus points may prove to be towards the end of the tournament.
So for Tuckett, the fielder has been brought inside the circle at backward point. That's the experienced Jason Mohammed. So maybe he just has the fielder out for Joshua Bishop. So Vikash Mohan will continue.
And as an off spinner, he has quite a lot of cover on that leg side. That ball turning into the right-hander, and it's turned away on the offside. Backward of point, Jason Mohammed will run around and do the fielding here now. And they take up another single. So every run added inches them up in a lead and also inches them closer to some batting bonus points.
So it's 209, the lead is 43. Carlin Tuckett has progressed to 34. I think yesterday his mom was in the crowd looking at him. And so he's looking to continue to bat and bat long.
Nicely in behind it, even though it was quite a wide delivery.
So it's 209 for 7, scoring at 2.09 runs per over.
Floated up by Mohan, looking to induce them into those shots. And I guess it's definitely a good tactic to have him bowling, knowing the type of bowler he is. He's not the type of bowler, Mohan, that like Carey Pierre will dart the ball in from time to time. He really gives it some air and gives it a rip, as you see here, giving it some air, getting some turn.
Yes, and the batsman Bishop was onto the back foot. He was beaten by a delivery which he should have been coming forward. He went onto the back foot and he was beaten. The over has been completed. Over number 68, 209 for 7. So the two batters they're in the middle having a mid-pitch conference, and now I'm sure they're trying to encourage each other and to let them know they have lots of time still remaining in this game. So Anderson Phillip will continue from the far end. So getting to 200 is a psychological advantage for the West Indies Academy. First time getting past the 200 mark in their second game.
Yeah, indeed. 177 and 195 in that first round, and then 163 in this 167, or was it 163 in the first innings of this one? So the psychological factor, but also looking for those bonus points. Anderson Phillip on the money, middle and off, and Tuckett is nicely in behind it and defending.
So the partnership is growing. They came together in 155. So they have a partnership of some 54 runs. Good knock, good partnership. And they have complemented each other well. They have put away the bad balls.
34 and 29 counts as starts, and they want to go on. Anderson Phillip a little bit back of a length and turned away behind a square. Jane Seals at the third, picks up and rifles a throw in to Amir Jangu, and nicely guided that one.
And it went too quickly for the first run. They were looking for the second, but Seals came across quickly to his left, and the batsman had to change his mind. Just a single.
And
so
it got to him quickly as well. The outfield is still lightning quick.
Yes, so with that single, score has gone on to 210, a lead 44.
So he does have a fine leg and a third out on the boundary behind the bat. He's reverted to, even for Joshua Bishop, he had it in place for Tuckett. Those two fielders on the leg side. Nicked! And you heard it in the stumps effect, Mike. Amir Jangu makes no mistake. And Joshua Bishop admonishes himself, playing at one and getting a faint nick to Amir Jangu, and has to depart for 29.
So the partnership has been broken, 210 for 8. Bishop caught behind a delivery on the off stump, a little bit more pace, and the batsman Bishop was onto the back foot. Edge found, catch taken, and the partnership has been broken. A good partnership for the 8th wicket of some 55 runs.
Indeed, so 210 for 8. The score after the first hour, just under the first hour of play. A couple of minutes to go before the first hour of play after the lunch interval, and with the fall of the wicket, the umpires have decided, as we see it here again, just that extra bit of pace, and it seemed like, as you said, he was looking to probably leave, but it got onto him so quickly. But the umpires have decided at the fall of the wicket they're going to take a drinks break. So as they refresh themselves out on the park, we're going to do the same in the commentary booth. And in about 2 minutes time, we'll rejoin you.
Here at Conway after the water break, they would have gotten the wicket in the over. Anderson Phillip got the wicket of Bishop. So the partnership has been broken 210 for 8. So Phillip will continue. So he has picked up his second wicket. And Carl Tuckett is still there at the water park. The Leewards are doing well. Michael Louis bringing up second century in the match, and we want to congratulate the youngster. Hope that he will continue to go from strength to strength. We've seen a number of centuries being scored in this competition thus far. They were only in the second round of matches, so maybe this is a good sign for West Indies cricket. And Lane is into the offside. Hesitation, chance of a run out return, goes down towards the far end, the wrong end. As the Lane was all more than halfway down the pitch, but the return from the offside went down towards the bowler's end, and they were able to get back in their respective creases.
Good afternoon, Gary. That was definitely a mix-up as far as which end they were trying to throw at. It was much further down the pitch. Johan Lane, bit of miscommunication. The field there could have had a wicket, second wicket in same over.
So Lane coming ahead of Ashley Ned. So I don't know if that's a promotion. Is that a promotion? Ashley Ned batted at number 10 in the first innings, and Lane came in at 7. So he made 27 runs. Maybe that was enough for him to come in at number 10 ahead of Ashley Ned. But I almost had an unfortunate run out. Clipping it in the air will get at least 2 runs. It goes down deep on the mid-wicket boundary. Carrier picks up, and Lane is off the mark. So 2 more to the total. And these two would want to continue to put the runs on the board. But there's 2 extra runs. The lead has now gone to 46.
Definitely put up quite a bit of a lead so far here, the West Indies Academy. They've certainly put pressure on the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, who might have showed up this morning wanting to wrap up things before a lead was even thought of by the West Indies Academy. So definitely some good going by them.
Definitely.
No one has really carried on to any bigger innings, but contributions from all batsmen so far today.
clipping it in the air straight to mid wicket and is out caught. A delivery on the center leg stump, and there was Lane inside his wicket, and he turned it down to Cephas Cooper at straight mid wicket. He has taken a simple catch, so the 9th wicket has been dismissed. Lane caught off the bowling of Phillip for 2.
Well, that is as simple as the catches come. It went straight into his hands. Didn't have to move any muscle except his arms to take that catch, and Lane would be really disappointed with that. Good delivery nonetheless.
So the 9th wicket has gone down, and so the maybe Tucker would be a bit disappointed, would have hoped that Lane could have stayed around with him and try and bat and spend some time in the middle. But Lane looked a bit uneasy, if I should use that phrase, because the first delivery there was almost a run-out chance, and then the other shots he was looking to be a bit aggressive, and he played that one in the air, and the catch was taken.
I was just gonna allude to that actually. The run-out chance Lane would have wanted to punish the Trinidad and Tobago fielders a bit for missing that chance, but only 2 runs he would have put on the board, and then they would have come back and cleaned him up.
Yeah, and now so Ashley Ned is the last batsman, has come into the middle, and Colin Tuckett just give him a glove pump, but it's going to be seem as though the captain Brian Charles has brought himself into the attack, so he has come back into the attack from the National Heroes Park end, and Colin Tuckett is on 35. We will look into hope that he can get a good partnership with Ashley Ned, but it's Charles. We'll see what will happen in this over. Forces into the offside, had to wait to see if it would have gone past the field at backward point, and we'll get enough time for 2. They were stuck it onto the back foot and punched it nicely into the offside for 2 runs.
He's been going really well so far. 92 deliveries now. He's started off pretty slowly and allowed himself to build up into the innings. I also saw him doing quite a bit of throwdowns with the coach this morning, trying to get his timing right, and was making a great sound off the bat when I heard it.
It's driving through the offside, through the covers. It's going close to the boundary. Is he going to pull it back? No, he has lost the battle. That's Carey Pierre. A beautiful shot by Colin Tuckett. Just came onto the front foot and drove it sweetly through the offside for 4.
I don't think he trusts Ashmi Ned too much here. I think he wants to accelerate and get as much as he can before the final wicket eventually falls.
So he has gone on to 41, and he has looked good, and as you indicated, maybe he's trying to get as many runs as possible on the scorecard. But I'm told that Ashley Ned is no slouch with the bat. Maybe he can have some confidence in the ability of Ashley Ned.
I don't think it's issue of whether it's capability with the bat. Brian Charles comes back in, cutting that away to the fielder at point. I think it's really just that it's one more wicket remaining, so he's trying to capitalize as much as he can. Sometimes it could just be a ball with your name on it.
Yes. In the air, over long off. 2 bounces into the boundary for 4. So certainly in this over, Colin Tuckett has decided to take the attack to the bowler, and that's the captain of the Red Force team. So 2 fours have been struck in this over. So with that boundary, he has gone to 45.
Don't think Brian Charles would mind that too much. He's definitely brought up quite most of the field, really.
He's turning it down towards the back of the square for an easy single. So with that single, he has gone on to 46, and the total has progressed to 223 for 9.
One delivery to face Ashwin Ned.
So he's seen some 11 runs in this over. So Ashwin Ned will want to keep out Brian Charles. On the other hand, Charles will look to get the final wicket. Drive in into the offside, has gone to for a single to bring up at the end of the over, an over in which we saw some 12 runs coming. A good over for the West Indies Academy. So at the end of the over, 224 it is for 9.
Well, I think we've been given our answer. He does certainly trust Ned by taking that single of the final delivery.
Yes, so Tuckett is on 46, so he will have his eyes set on a half century.
Well, that's another aspect of it for sure. Would just be conversing with Ashby Ned, ensuring that brings him back on strike so he has that opportunity to get through to that half century.
So it's going to be Philip. I'm sure Philip will have other ideas. He will want to end the innings in this over. They just have a lead of some 58 runs, so just about 65. We're just about 12 minutes to 2 o'clock. And so just over an hour since the luncheon interval. Boston is taking on the pad. Lolopy's out. A ball which kept a little low, hustled onto Ashley Ned. It was onto the back foot. He missed it, and the ball crashed into the pads. And the West Indies Academy, they have been dismissed for 224. They have a lead of some 58 runs. It means that the Red Force will have to make 59 runs to win this game here on this third day.
Colin Bowen Tuckett certainly won't be too pleased with that. Not sure if we'll have any word with Ashmi Ned about that, or if you'll have a bit of words for Ashmi Ned about that, but not too much we could have done with that. It was a beautiful delivery from Anderson Phillip. Great spell from him after lunch. He's been brought back and he's cleaned up that tail in fine fashion.
Yes, so the ball touched down and Steve crossed the right-handed batsman. He played around it and he struck the back pad. He was struck in front. And so Colin Tuckett is not out on 46. The West Indies Academy all out for 224, a lead of some 58 runs. So the Red Force will have to make 59 runs when they resume the innings. So that's the position here at the Connery playing field. 224 all out, the West Indies Academy. So back here at the Connery Sporting Complex, the Red Force are about to start their innings. They have to make 59 runs to win. The West Indies Academy, they were dismissed for 224, and they had a lead of some 58 runs. So the bowling figures, Anderson Phillip was the pick of the bowlers. He had 11.1 overs, 1 maiden, 4 for 33. And Brian Charles, 17 overs, 3 maidens, 4 for 57. Kevin Pate, 22 overs, 8 maidens, 2 for 42. Those were the bowlers who would have taken wickets. And then he had Jaden Seals, 9 overs, 2 maidens, none for 41. Terence Hines, 8 overs, 1 maiden, none for 44. And Vikash Mohan, 3 overs, 2 maidens, none for 1. So the Red Force are about to start the reply. They need to make 59 runs to win. And the Red Force did well to get the remaining 2 wickets as quickly as they did.
Well, the drinks break certainly was very positive for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Right after that break, it went downhill really quickly for the West Indies Academy. It tends to happen quite often. You see in international cricket as well, when there's a break such as that, either the batting or bowling team sometimes can take advantage of that.
So it's Vikash Mohan, and not surprising that they have opened the attack with Ashley Ned from the far end. And Ashley Ned in the first innings, when they took the second new ball, he was the one that got the 2 last wickets of the Red Force team. So he has been given the responsibility of opening the attack from the far end. That's a faster delivery, and Vikash Mohan plays it down into the mid-wicket area. Are you surprised that they opened the bowling with Ashley Ned?
Not too surprised, given how he did in the first innings, was the pick of the bowlers for the West Indies Academy. And to be fair, the pieces for them in the first innings weren't particularly effective either, so not surprised. I would open with a piecer from the other end though.
So we'll wait and see if Lane will come in from the media center end. Another delivery keeping a bit low, and the batsman Vikash Mohan was hurriedly in behind it, played it down to mid-on. So some worrying signs in a sense, because the pitch is beginning to keep a bit low.
It is that same variable bounce that Anderson Phillip was able to take advantage of when he came back for that spell at the end of the last innings.
So we have seen 3 deliveries, and pushed into the last one, pushed into the offside. Played it down to straightish mid-on.
Of course, I wouldn't be too surprised if they were to open with Joshua Bishop from the other end, 2 left-hand bowlers in operation to 2 right-hand batsmen.
So we'll wait and see what will happen. And just met it with a forward defensive shot. And so 59 is the target.
I do like that they have that slip leg, slip and short leg in play, going as attacking as they can. There's no way that they are going to defend these.
Exactly. So we get a single, a flat fast delivery on the offside, plays it down towards the back of the point area where Geese went after it. So single to bring up the end of the over, 1 without loss to Red Force.
How do you think the Red Force are going to go about this? Do you think they're going to go quite attacking, or do you think they're just going to easily get here with just rotation or strike?
I think if they get bad bowling, they will try and make runs off the bad bowling. If the bowling is tight, I'm sure they will show some respect. And as you predicted or imagined, that they would start with spin from this end as well. Joshua Bishop is going to be opening the attack from the National Heroes Park end. So they have opened with the spinners, and these are the 2 bowlers who were successful in the first innings, and they're hoping that they be able to be successful as well.
Well, upwards of 76 overs in that first innings. It's Johan Lane right outside of the picture doing a bit of warming up, so shouldn't be too far away either.
So Bishop bowled 40 overs, 12 maidens, 3 for 116, and Ashton had 75 overs, 9 maidens, and he got 78 runs scored off of him.
Of course, Johan Lane doing some warm-ups, whether it's because he's going to be on soon or maybe he just wants to get the captain's attention.
Well, so we'll see if he will be coming into the attack anytime soon. Down a pigeon drive, lovely shot. That's 4 runs to Cephas Cooper. Came down, or that's Vikash Mohan as a matter of fact, because he got a single off the last ball of the first over. Love the shot, through the onside for 4.
Really was a beautiful delivery. Those on drives are always so picturesque to look at. Wasn't too powerful, was just a short punch, and Timon took that to the boundary. The leg slippers come out of place and now going into a short cover.
Flatter, faster, plays around the corner down towards back of the square for an easy single. So with that single, 6 the total.
So they are going about it quite easily here.
So all 6 runs to Vikash Mohan. So Cephas Cooper will be facing his first delivery and be facing up to Joshua Bishop. So there is a slip, there is a point, there is an extra cover. Now there's a cover, there's a short extra cover just on the edge of the square in the captain Naheem Young at mid-on. Mid-off we have Lane. Ashley Ned is at mid-on. Flighted, drive in, goes down to the extra cover captain, that's Naheem Young. So we're in the second over. Target is 59, so some 52 runs remaining.
And that's a lovely straight shot, and it's gonna go. Believe that went all the way for 6. The umpire has signaled that, and Cephas Cooper is not gonna waste any time here. Second delivery, and he's dispatched that.
Good shot, good confident shot. He was floated up and he came down the strip and played it straight back over the bowler head, over long off for 6.
He goes again. This time it's going straight into Johan Lane's hands. And, well, 6 and out is what Cephas Cooper is going to have to go back and leave on the scorecard. 6 of 3 deliveries, 12 for 1 now. The Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Joshua Bishop expensive in his first over, but rewarded with a wicket.
Well, a bit maybe too aggressive, and the previous delivery was struck for 4. This one he came down the strip again, but he was a little flatter. He didn't get underneath it and put it in the air. And Lane took a look at the mid-off area. So the Red Force, they have lost their first wicket with the score on 12. Cooper caught of the Cooper caught of the bowling of Bishop. The target is only 59, so they just have some 47 runs remaining. So maybe Cooper was trying to finish the game very quick. So it seems it's the new batsman is the century maker, Jade Gooley. So he made a century in the first innings. Gooley made 113 from 296 balls. So he has come into the middle. He wouldn't be able to make a century in both innings because the target is only 59. Unlike Jeremiah or Michael Louis for the Leewards making a century in either innings on his home turf. So the youngster must be congratulated for 2 excellent knock, and certainly once he can go from strength to strength, the future should be bright for the youngster. So Ned bowling to Mohan, just pushed it back down the onside. So lots of centuries, lots of 5 wickets hauls have been had in this second round of the 4-day championship. We'll go through for a quick single as Ogis had to run away to his right from the slip area. So one more to Mohan. 13 for 1. The target is just 59.
We also had a 7-wicket haul from Zishan Mutara. Lovely speller bowling, 7 for 108 against the Jamaica Scorpions. CCC now are back in the field batting.
So as I said, lots of runs, lots of wickets been scored just in the first two rounds of matches. So it'll be an interesting tournament. Flat and fast on the stumps, but goalies to the measure of it. So with so many runs being scored in just the first two rounds of matches, it'll be interesting to see what will happen at the end of the season.
Certainly will be interesting to see, especially with the two extra teams that we have playing this season.
Flatter, faster, gets it into the onside for a single. So Jude goalies off the mark. With a single goes on to 14 for 1. Target is just 59, so 46 runs away from victory for the Red Force team. So the Red Force in the first game that they played, only one innings, no, half of the first innings was completed because the game was interrupted by rain in that match. We saw 100 not out from Jason Mohammed, and Gooley making 100 in the first innings here. And Mohan just pushed it down into the onside, 14 for 1. Lots of chatter around the bat. You can hear the effects in the stump microphone. That is bowling around the wicket. Flat and fast. Pushed it down to mid-off. So the over has been completed. So over number 3, 14 for 1, the Red Force. So it's going to be Bishop who will continue from this National Heroes Park end, and 45 more runs needed, and we have just about 10 minutes past 2 o'clock, so this game would very well be completed in a very short order.
Any bets on whether they would finish it before tea?
Well, it depends on how things go, so we'll have to wait and see. And that's Gooley. He's onto the front foot, just pushed it down into the offside. It's getting a little bit, some clouds gathering over the field here. Swinging in the air, one bounce into the mid-wicket fence for 4. That's Gooley just came onto the front foot and lifted it over mid-wicket down towards the boundary for 4. With that boundary, the score has gone on to 18.
Legit Gooley has sent that straight back to the pavilion, just a signal to the players there that he's ready to come back there soon with a win in their hands.
So with that boundary, 18. So just 41 more runs needed. Gooley's onto the front foot. Let's push it down into the offside. So Bishop around the wicket. So it has been, we saw some good batting by some good fight from the West Indies Academy.
Was definitely admirable, the fight that they showed throughout the morning into the afternoon. Ended a bit abruptly for them, admittedly.
Yes, because starting the day, a deficit of 166, you were 3 wickets down with 84 runs on the board, still some 82 runs behind, and they were able to clear that deficit and give the Red Force team a target of some 59 runs to make. And we saw a good innings from Carlin Tuckett. As a matter of fact, he top scored with 46, and then Agis made 34, and then Beaky Joseph also made 34. So some good contributions, but what we want to see the youngsters going on and taking it past the half century and even go up to the century mark. So Ashley Ned will continue from the far end, and he'll be bowling to Vikash Mohan. Mohan is on 7, Gooley is on 5, 18 for 1. To the 20th yard side, loud appeal, taken on the pad. Question asked of umpire Banwari. He's not interested. And if you look at it on the monitor, must have been going down the onside pitch, just on about the leg stump, and looking to work it into the onside. Came off the pad.
Definitely looked that way, that it would have been going down, but in this sort of situation, they would ask for anything.
Flatter, faster, went agonizingly close to the stumps. He came from the inner portion of the bat, went past the off stump, and we get a single with a flat, fast delivery. And the batsman had to come down hurriedly on it. Single to the score, take it on to 19.
Well, I went through everybody.
So Pitt's beginning to keep a little low. If the target was maybe 150, 175, it could have posed some challenge for the Red Force team, but it's only 59 the target. They're 40 runs away. The century maker in the first innings is Jude Gooley. He's on 5. He will come into strike.
Confident strike.
In for 4. Just came onto the front foot and played it in the air, just out of the reach of the fielder at a short mid wicket, and into the boundary for 4.
I think at this point they would probably want to change it up. The spin has been giving them a bit of issues here and there, but not too sure. They seem very comfortable against the Duty Red Force.
Scoring quickly, so 23 in the 5th over. They're scoring at 5.11 runs per over. Outside the off stump, keeping low, taken behind by Carlin Tuckett.
And of course the ball is still relatively new, only in its 5th over. Wouldn't be getting too much purchase from it.
Onto the front foot, that's Jade Gooley. 1 delivery remaining in over number 5, 36 runs required. So it's a good, strong possibility the game could finish before tea. Flighted drive in into the offside, goes down to mid-off. The fielder came around to his left, he fields, and the over has been completed. It is 23 for 1, the Red Force.
So the target for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, just 59 runs, 23 of those already knocked off. 1 wicket down as Joshua Bishop continues forward defensive from Vikash Mohan. That wicket, Cephas Cooper, the only batter to be dismissed, lofting one over long off for 6, and then the following delivery, putting it into the hands of the mid-off fielder, Vikash Mohan, back and punching into the leg side. So just a handful of runs, 36 indeed for victory, as the combined, I almost said colleges, the combined islands player, floated up by Joshua Bishop, the combined islands player, Victor Eddy, comes in alongside me, and possibly we'll be calling the end of the game here, Vic.
Yeah, most likely. Well, V's for Victor, V's for victory, V's for whatever, Valentine. Good news for all around the region following this regional series. First of all, those no doubt in
Punched away in the onside, no run. Ned does the fielding at mid-on.
especially those of you in Trinidad and Tobago and wherever else Trinidadians and Tobagos are, they will be very proud of their team's performance thus far.
Indeed, it's been quite clinical, this Trinidad and Tobago unit. They're getting contributions all the way around. The Academy, on the other hand, with Trinidad and Tobago at the end of the over, 24 for 1, just needing those 30 odd runs for victory. the academy, on the other hand, will be a little bit disappointed that they hadn't managed to carry the game on a bit further.
Yes, indeed, they would have always liked to carry it. And as you alluded to earlier, Basu, about we as broadcasters and fairness and so forth. But in human life, though, emotionally, yes, we are not supposed to be biased in our deliberations. But emotionally, that passion will be there when somebody from our team or island does well. It doesn't mean that um, you cannot celebrate that, but in terms of what happening out in the middle, you must describe it fairly. And I think we've been doing relatively a good job at that, because that should always be the standards.
As Ashley Ned continues, and no surprise as they take 2 runs here that Captain Naim Young has started with his 2 spinners who bowled 70 plus overs between them in the first innings. And of course, we saw to the latter end of the academy batting innings as well, a couple of balls just starting to misbehave a bit and die out as they pitch, and some turning and some misbehavior, the apt word to describe it.
Yes, indeed, and played out into the onside. But speaking of the Leeward Islands hurricane against Guyana, why a lot of natives of the island of St. Kitts would be enthusiastic and joyful, because no one from St. Kitts has ever made a test squad to represent the West Indies. And here is a Louis now doing very good with the bat. So we could all understand where the emotional involvement in coming and happiness is coming. Now seeing a possibility on the horizon, this might or could be the chance for St. Kitts to produce the first test player in Mackay Louis. But that is still way off. There are other matches to play. But just from 2 innings, he has 243 runs.
Flicked away into the leg side. And I tell you something, the process of a selection for the West Indies senior men's team is something that is always a topic of discussion. But as we go through the 4-day championship, I am sure that you will get that information as you go along. So the viewing and listening public can always be up to date and understand how that process goes. I tell you, this one is keeping low. The man at the non-strikers end is in the embryonic phase of his career. Just a handful of first-class matches, but his mental fortitude in scoring that 100 in the first innings, Jed Gooley, has shown that he may be one for the future as well. And this one turned away, a backward of square, and the wayward throw almost giving the opportunity of a second run. And as you talk about unbiased, we come to the end of the over, and 26 for 1. At the end of 27, I beg your pardon, at the end of the over. And yes, as a Trinbagonian, I'm going to be glad, just like a lot of my countrymen, in terms of the possible victory here for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. But as an unbiased fan of the game, and one who wants to see West Indies cricket do well, this academy, I've said from the start, is my team to go all the way in this tournament. And there's so many young players that I am so mightily impressed with throughout this academy. And they are going to be household names, I guarantee you it. They may go down in this one as Joshua Bishop continues. Floated up and flicked away into the leg side. And a quick single between Mohan and Gooley. But I guarantee you a lot of these young chaps here from the academy will be household names in West Indies cricket in years to come. Because that is the level of talent that we have coming through our academy.
Yeah, well, I would not have any doubts about that, obviously, because most of the time, most of the players who go on to represent the West Indies at the senior level come out of the under-19s and tournaments and so forth.
Joshua Bishop floats another one up, trying to tempt Jed Gooley.
But outside of this team, too, all of the other teams have some enterprising young cricketers who have been doing well. So just as the academy might, in a more collective group, having more numbers, but a lot of other teams, some young batsmen and bowlers are doing well. So it's balanced, and it's good to see whichsoever team these youngsters are playing with and whatsoever is their roles, that they keep on performing.
And Jed Gooley flicks away to backward square for an easy single, and showing his temperament as well here, and his fortitude with just about 20 minutes before the tea time interval. Flicked away by Mohan, and there's still just 29 runs needed for victory. Of course, the umpires do have the discretion that they can call for the extra time before the tea interval if they think that a victory one way or the other is imminent. So that decision we will be informed of. Jed Gooley is looking to swing and is clean bowled by Joshua Bishop. The sound that all bowlers love, the clattle and clatter of the stumps.
Well, we heard it through the microphones at the striker's end by the stumps, and really a good wicket for the West Indies Academy to have taken, but the required score now for Trinidad Red Force to get is just about 29 runs, and really 8 wickets in hand, and most likely that the Trinidad Red Force will come out with some points out of the game. Not saying that the academy would not come out with points, and no doubt later on you will update our listeners as to how the point system has gone so far in this specific match. But a lot of the other teams, they are young players too who are doing well with both bowling and batting. So it is good when the players who would have a longer career in the game, if they can establish that early consistency in their various forms, that's a good sign. But the academy, quite rightly, I'm agreeing with you there, Basu, whereby as a unit, have the most young players in that academy, West Indies Academy, obviously a lot of these players will go further.
Jason Mohammed, the elder statesman of this team. I'm not going to call him the old man of this team. He'll probably give me
I like your choice of words.
Yeah, he's the elder statesman, and he told me after that century that he's comfortable where he's at in his career, and whatever role the team wants him to play, he's going to play that role. And today he has the role of a finisher, which is not a foreign role to him, because he's done it time and time again over his long career for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, where he's ushered them to victory in many different formats, whether it be T10, T20, 50 overs, or first class 4-day encounters.
I'm going to ask you a question after this delivery.
2 slips in play, forward short leg. They're on the prowl, the academy. This one forward defensive, Jason Mohammed.
Okay, right now he's presently 37 years of age. If he continues to be a consistent performer, would you personally select him if they're carrying a 15-man squad to the Tour of England? Would you include him?
I can't, because Jason Mohammed is already retired from international cricket.
Okay, all right, fair enough. On
But
that,
from
on that premise,
but from
on,
a Trinidad,
on that premise, the conversation is closed.
from a Trinidad and Tobago perspective, he already told me as well too that he has already decided how long he's going to play for Trinidad and Tobago. I won't make that public. That's for Jason to make public when he's good and ready. But I have a fair idea of when he's going to retire from first class cricket, and he's going to carry his career into things like coaching and being around the setup and guiding young ones coming up, as he does all the time in this Trinidad and Tobago team. He's always around. You can see him having conversations with young ones like Vikash Mohan and
Sharing his
Gooley.
expertise.
Exactly.
Sharing his expertise. That is very vital to sharing your knowledge and information. Yes.
Ashmead Ned continues. Fielders in around the bat. He floats one up, and it's punched away to mid-on. And a chance of a run out possibly. But
Well, the good thing about the run was that Mohammed realized that the fielder was deep. It was not played hard to him, who had to come in. So it was always the striker's call. And he called early, and they ran quickly and made it safe. And two, he was going to the danger end where the ball could arrive quicker. So he judged the single well. Well, obviously from the wealth of his experience, judging a single might be just secondary to him now in his career, at this pinnacle of his career.
So Vikash Mohan it was with that single, and Jason Mohammed will now face up to Ashley Ned. And the stable head has showed time and time again across his career, but this is a game of glorious uncertainties. Ashmead Ned is the one who is responsible for getting Jason Mohammed out in the first innings, and Mohammed will no doubt have that at the back of his mind.
Well, how much uncertainty do you think exists right now in the game, which is a game of glorious uncertainty?
All the academy need is 8 good balls. Are 8 good balls. The Trinidad and Tobago team, conversely, 8, probably 6 good balls to hit for sixes or so. There about 5 good balls.
Well, I'll give you my view after this delivery. And something I do not want you to laugh too hard. A bowler can take 2 hat tricks. That is the game of glorious uncertainties, right? Okay,
Indeed
look at
it
it. Just a 20-yard more. Okay, after this.
Floated up by Ned. But I catch your point.
Yeah, because, okay, just 28 more runs to get. But who knows in the game of glorious uncertainties? One or two bowlers
a lot of the time we talk about the glorious uncertainties and we talk about bat or ball.
But because cricket is a batsman game.
But we hardly ever talk about that part of it, the conditions, and that sometimes is part of the major part of the equation of the uncertain nature, as Ashmi Net comes to the end of an over, 31 for 2. The Trinidad and Tobago Red Force chasing 59 runs for victory in this round 2 encounter of the CWI for the Championship 2024. And again, for the better part of today, especially the latter part of that morning session and then the early part of the afternoon session, we saw the ball start to deviate and misbehave off of this pitch.
Yes, the bounce has definitely grown more inconsistent now on this Thursday's play, and we are approaching the tea interval, so definitely we will have to come back out for after the tea interval before we can say that Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, who at this present moment, but this game of glorious uncertainties, anything can happen. It looked very obvious now that Trinidad and Tobago Red Force would win outright, but they can also lose the game in that sense, but it's highly unlikely.
So Joshua Bishop will continue. This time he goes over the wicket to the right-hander and is turned around the corner of Arlo Clark after it. He's going to haul it in about 10 meters off of the boundary rope, and 2 runs to Mohammed and Mohan. So Vikash Mohan just continuing about his business even with the fall of the 2 wickets, Jed Gulia and Sifa Scooper. And Jason Mohammed still, who's at the non-striker's end, still to get off the marker, but that won't be a worry, you don't think, to him personally. Leg slip, forward short leg. Looking to swing it over the top. It's coming in our direction. It's crashed into the side screen now. And the signal from the umpire, 1 bounce, 4 runs for Vikash Mohan.
Yes, and nice use of the feet there by Vikash. Getting to the pitch, which was a delivery that was flighted from the left-arm spinner. And he used his feet nicely and struck it 1 bounce into the straight long-off boundary just beneath us here at the media centre and here at the Connery Cricket Centre. 37, 22 runs required now for victory.
I think I'm going to have to check Vikash's helmet, because I just said he's going about his business, and he lofted one over wide, long off, or straight long off, in fact. So I don't know. But he's looking to finish it this afternoon, definitely. Solid in defense on the back foot.
Well, it looked very obvious now that 22 runs to be had, but they will have to come out after the tea interval and get the remaining runs that is required. 37 for 2, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force.
Looking to pitch on about that leg stump and turn it across to Mohan is Bishop. Mohan is up to the challenge and up to the task. 18 runs under his belt. Not quite ready, and has taken the off stump, but the signal is not the raised finger, but the sway of the hands for dead ball. And so close. He was already into his delivery stride, was Joshua Bishop, and Vikash Mohan off put by something, and Victor Eddy disagrees and thinks it should be out.
No, 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 no. What actually happened is that the batsman pulled away before the bowler was releasing the ball. That is why I thought the umpire said dead ball.
Yeah, so close. And the end of the Joshua Bishop over, and at the end of an over that he yielded 6 runs for the Red Force, they have moved on to 37 for 2, chasing 59 for victory. Just about 22 runs needed, and Vikash Mohan looks quite settled in the middle.
What you saying now? It look like rain gonna stop play? Are there clouds about? Is it? No, not strong enough to really halt play at the moment. And by the unofficial watch, some 5 minutes probably to go before the tea interval. So Trinidad and Tobago Red Force 22 or more runs for victory, and not under any pressure in this particular moment.
Well, as I mentioned, as Ashley Ned continues, floated up, and Mohammed is pushing this one back up the pitch. As I mentioned, the umpires do have the discretion that they can discuss with the captains. If the victory is one way or the other, they can go beyond the scheduled tea interval. Flatter, cut away by Mohammed. It's going through the square cover region, running away into the boundary now. 4 runs, he's off the mark. Jason Mohammed with a well-executed cut shot.
Yes, and the bowler gave him all reasons to extend his arms, and he struck it through the vacant cover area. The fielder at extra cover just had to retrieve it from that area of the ground on the eastern side of the ground here at the Connery Cricket Centre, and Mohammed is off to a good start by getting a boundary, 4 runs.
Yeah, so now under 20 the target, 18 runs to victory. And that floats one up. Mohammed whips it away on the leg side. The long leg fielder comes around, but only complete 1 run.
I would like to believe that the umpires might just extend it now, recognizing what is required now for victory, instead of going in right away. So your point is most valuable there, Basu, that the umpires, we would like to believe, will extend the time at this particular moment with what, some 17 runs to get for victory? Yes, 17 runs for victory. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force right here at the Connery Cricket Centre.
That flat short and punched off the back foot by Mohammed, and that doesn't by Mohan, in fact, doesn't clear that mid-on fielder. But of course, we must give kudos to Mr. Rollins, Mr. Blades, Mr. Joseph, and Mr. Banwari. They have done a remarkable job in officiating this second round encounter between the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force and the West Indies Academy. And of course, kudos going out to all the umpires throughout the tournament. I can't remember all their names, so I'm not even going to begin to call names. Back foot and punching back down to the bowler is Vikash Mohan. The end of another over, 42 for 2. The Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, 17 runs adrift of an outright victory in this round 2 encounter.
And also to Carl Tuckett, the third umpire, and Stuart Rollins, the match referee in this game, and all the other match referees. Stuart Rollins is not the match referee in this match? Pardon? Oh, sorry, I'm corrected. Thank you, ladies. Bernard is the third umpire, but Stuart Rollins of St. Kitts and of Sandy Point, he is the match referee, and all the match referees. And
in fact, Mr. Joseph is the 4th official.
The 4th official.
The 3rd umpire will always be the television umpire, which unfortunately we haven't gotten to that point yet, but it is definitely something in the works for CWI that our regional tournament will at some point have television and all the added benefits of technology as we go into the future, as Joshua Bishop takes the ball to bowl to Jason Mohammed, who's down and defending astutely with just 17 runs for victory.
Well, we'll wait and see what the umpires will do after this over, because by the unofficial watch, it's just a minute to go before 4, but this before 3 o'clock, sorry, Eastern Caribbean time, one that popped on the batsman, just played out to a short mid on. The peeler from short mid wicket comes around to field. No run, 42 for 2. 17 runs required now for victory. So Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they are going along quite easily.
I think as this one is floated up, swept away. And in the gap is going to run away. And yes, it beats the fielder. It looks like Joshua James down there did it. Kadeem Allen. There's no signal from the umpire, so he did well to get around and stop it just in front of the boundary rope.
The umpires are asking him if he did. Well, the player have to be sportsmanlike too. I mean, from that distance, sometimes the umpire does not have a clear vision, so he'll depend on the fielder just to really indicate.
So there's no signal from the umpire.
Okay.
We have the benefit of the replay, not on that occasion, but we have the benefit of going through it. And sometimes as a fielder, you're not always sure, depending on the momentum of your body one way or the other. But the call has been made by the umpire, and we continue on with Joshua Bishop floating one up and beating the outside edge. Or has he taken the outside edge? The finger has been raised, and Jason Mohammed yet again is beaten by one turning off of the surface and taken in first slip. There's the raised finger of the umpire, and just asking for the ball. So Jason Mohammed beaten by one turning away from him.
Yes, indeed, and on that stroke of the wicket going down, the umpires have decided that they wouldn't continue for the 15 runs which is required. They're going to go in for the tea interval, so we will have to come back right after the tea interval. But 44 for 2, just 15 runs required now by the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force for victory. So, are they coming back on to? The
umpire has a signal now, and a couple of the fielders have stayed on the park in the square. They are excited. Kadeem Allen and Joshua James, they want to continue. And as I said, the discretion is always with the umpires in terms of what happens when you're coming up upon time, whether at the close of play or one of the intervals. And they have decided the fall of the Jason Mohammed wicket will bring forth the tea interval, and at the tea interval the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force are 44 for 2, still requiring 15 runs for victory. So we will go into the third session on this third day, and how quickly the game might change after the tea interval we will not know until we rejoin you here in about 20 minutes time at the Connery Sporting Facility, the Connery cricket ground here in Bastia, St. Kitts and Nevis. So a wonderful day here in the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis. The shot from where we are perched in the commentary booth, looking up to the north and northeastern side of the island of St. Kitts. And the island of Nevis is somewhere, I think it would be southeast of where I'm sitting here in the commentary booth. And south of me would be Heroes Park. And with the umpires and the players back on the field, we are into the third session of the third day in this round 2 encounter between the West Indies Academy and the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. The Academy setting a target of 59 for the Red Force as a signal comes from umpire Blades up to us here in the booth. And the scorers gives him the okay. We're all ready to go as we come up about 3 p.m. Eastern Caribbean time. Just a short change in the field. Roshan Worrell being brought on off of the boundary at long on in fact. Amir Django it is on strike, and we're off and running. Django with a lovely executed extra cover drive, square cover drive in fact. Won't get to the boundary, but is going to get off the marker with 2 runs with Amir Django. So the target now closer, that much closer by 2 runs, as I welcome in back alongside me after the tea interval, one Victor Eddy.
Thank you very kindly, dear Basu, and good afternoon. Just 13 runs now required for victory by Trinidad and Tobago Red Force.
Django is forward, a flighted delivery, and that's something that we've seen from Joshua Bishop in this spell, just completing the over that he was in progress with it just before the tea interval was taken when he took that wicket of Jed Gooley. And the score moving on to 46 for 3, but something we've seen from Joshua Bishop in this second innings, he's been flighting the ball a little bit more, that much more than he did in the first innings.
Yes, indeed, and this is going to go down as a very good victory for Trinidad and Tobago. They have played good all-around cricket. The seam bowlers bowl well, the spinners bowl well, they fielded well, and they batted exceptionally well here at the Canary Cricket Centre. So just 13 runs now required from victory here on Detri. All these for their regional cricket matches in the West Indies is scheduled to go to 4. Well, this one definitely is not going to the 4th day, or not even close to 5 p.m. Eastern Caribbean time, with just 13 runs now required to conclude the match here at Canary Cricket Centre. But no doubt throughout the region there are very other enterprising matches. The bowler misses his run up in Jamaica.
In fact, there's actually Ned as he continues. Is Vikash Mohan pulling away, just some noise in and around his his bat and some vehicles passing. So he wants to settle himself here, does Vikash Mohan. He's gone on well for his 18 runs. And loud appeal. And the finger goes up. Vikash Mohan stays in the pose. Probably he thought he got an inside edge, but we can see it again. And it seemed to me that it missed the bat and struck him on the pad. And umpire Blades had no hesitation in raising the finger.
Well, an easy decision for the umpire Blades. That was pitched between wicket and wicket, held its own, and it would have gone on to struck the centre stump. So a very good wicket for the West Indies Academy right after the tea interval. 3 wickets are now down, but what is even more relevant, and 4 wickets. So 13 runs. I was alluding to the hat-trick scenario, and that's the only difference now can happen here in this game for it to have a transformation, because with some 6 wickets in hand and just 13 runs to get, I think it's just on for Trinidad and Tobago to take it away.
In fact, it was umpire Banwari giving I apologize to him. It was umpire Banwari giving it out. Tion Webster, it is, who has walked to the middle. The man called Tech by his teammates. And the academy, you can hear in the effects microphone on the field that they are up and about, because this one, I mentioned even earlier in the afternoon that the pitch has started to misbehave, and it's not going to be straightforward, the target. And this is why a bit of disappointment by the academy, possibly just wanting to get probably a 25, 30 more runs even. But Ned is going to continue, and Webster is watchful. Of course, Webster coming off of a half century in the first game, the truncated game against the Guyana Harpy Eagles. In this encounter, though, he didn't trouble the scorers much in that first innings, forward and defending. He would have scored just 9 and net out in that first innings. Flicking away into the leg side, a slip in play and a forward short leg, and you can hear all the chatter about, and that's what wickets does for a fielding team. It just lifts the spirits. Cut away from Webster, and can't beat that fielder at point. The confidence is now up.
Well, after a wicket is usually a motivation to all fielding teams, and especially right after the tea interval.
Webster looking at power this one away, and only finding the mid-wicket fielder the end of a successful Ashmead Ned over a wicket maiden for Ashmead Ned.
And this innings could have been a lot much more interesting, say, if the West Indies Academy had gotten 75 more runs upon what they did achieve in this second innings, because with 4 wickets going down already, yes, 6 wickets are in hand and just some 13 runs to be had. So if there was another 75, we would have really had a game on based upon what has transpired now in Trinidad and Tobago Red Force chasing the total. But with 6 wickets in hand, I more likely would believe that Trinidad and Tobago Red Force would come out victorious.
Yeah, so Amir Django is going to face up here to Joshua Bishop, who's decided to go around the wicket. A couple of field shifts and movements. Naim Young has gone into a straight short mid-on. In fact, he's gone a little bit wider, short mid-wicket. And Johan Lane at a regulation mid-wicket. Django is watchful. Forward short leg and a slip in place. So looking is Naim Young and the academy to create another breakthrough. Set the cat up amongst the pigeons, as they say. Straight on. And Django is up to the task.
I don't think they are, at this present moment, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force batsmen should be or have any reason to be under pressure. They could just wait for those loose ones.
Looking to sweep. There's a loud appeal. Umpire Blades shakes the head.
Well, I guess a lot of emotions going to happen out there now that anything close to the edge, they're going to obviously go up in appealing, and the umpire was firm in his decision as to not out.
Tell you a great take, though, by wicketkeeper Tuckett. Push out to mid-off by, in fact, extra cover by Django. Tuckett has been good for the 2 games of the academy so far. Very little getting past him. Floated up. Django is looking, and an appeal.
Well, like I told you that the academy players, they're going to appeal for almost everything, either beating the bat.
I thought for a moment that it snuck through between bat and ball, but it just seemed that to the academy players, they felt like he got an inside edge and then got onto the boot probably and into the hands of the fielder. But the shake of the head, umpire Blades in the better position than we are. Django prodding forward. So it is not straightforward, this chase. And Gary and I spoke about that leading up into the lunch interval. And even just after lunch, we were talking about that 125, 150 in lead runs as we come to the end of the over 46 for 4, still adrift by 13 runs for victory, the Trinidad Tobago Red Force. We felt if the academy had gotten to 150, because the surface started to do weird things, if you will, and started to show signs of variable bounce and turn and so on, it would not have been as straightforward for TNT.
No, not at all. With the invariable bounce that we're seeing now on Detry and what we can determine as the final session, So that is why it shows that you have to accumulate those ones and twos whereby you will be getting the boundaries.
So Tion Webster faces up to Ned, who's short, and allows Webster just to tuck into the leg side, and an easy 2 runs for Django and Webster.
So just 11 runs now away from a total victory here for Trinidad and Tobago. The West Indies Academy, they just did not get enough runs, and the 150, as you alluded to, the Basu, then it would have been a greater challenge for Trinidad and the Red Force chasing it and batting a second time.
Floated up, looking for that spearing Yorker. It's squeezed out down to the boundary. Has it gone into the boundary? The signal from umpire Banwari says yes, so a boundary to Tion Webster.
So just 7 runs now in the equation for a Trinidad and Tobago victory here at the Connery Cricket Centre. The sun has left us momentarily. There is a nice aircraft jet leaving the Robert Llewellyn Airport, which is just probably a few minutes walk from the Connery Cricket Centre here in Bass there. But 7 runs for victory now for Trinidad and Tobago, which is most obvious. They're going to get an outright win and victory.
Short and pulled by Webster through the gap. Mid-wicket and mid-on stood, no chance. And Tion Webster is letting them know, I'm ready to go here. It's time for this game to be done and dusted.
Yes, and we'll just some 3 more runs now for victory. Large and in charge, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force up against the West Indies Academy right here at the Connery Cricket Centre. So just 3 runs now required for victory. So 1 boundary will do it. But it doesn't necessarily have to come in a boundary, but if the delivery is pitched there to be struck, why not strike it?
I tell you, Tion Webster is going to go for it. He plays it on merit, though, not there to be hit. He is a very intelligent player, is Tion Webster. Like many others, sometimes he gets that rush of blood, but I tell you, he is going to go for it in this over because he means business. Just 8 deliveries he's faced, 10 runs already, couple of boundaries to his name. Flat, and Webster is looking to drive but can't pick the gap on this occasion. Straight to cover. And the chatter continues from behind the sticks.
I don't understand what is the great excitement of the wicketkeeper. With just 3 runs to hand and 6 wickets in hand.
It's all the mind games and getting in the mind of the batter. And still, and that's good as we come to the end of the Ashmead Ned over. And the score moving on to 56 for 4, just 3 runs for victory for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. But the attitude of the academy I've mentioned throughout this game is always wonderful to see because even with losing the game outright, being quite imminent with just 3 runs needed by the batting team, the academy is still in good spirits, and that tells you that they have confidence and they're enjoying playing their cricket. And they're going to fight till the end. Even if it means that they're going to lose, they're going to fight till the end as Joshua Bishop floats one up to Amir Django and he's defending back down the pitch.
Well, it's most obvious they're going to lose, but the spirit, as you said quite rightly, is spot on because they have achieved something out of it too.
Django defends, and there are definitely a lot of positives to take away for the academy.
Well, their achievement in this particular innings is that they have taken 4 wickets in pursuit of Trinidad and Tobago chasing 59. So that within itself is a little moral victory for them in that aspect.
Django tucks away on the leg side, or tries to tuck away on the leg side and doesn't get any timing. It bounces right in front of him. Forward short leg doing the fielding, so he's looking for that gap behind square on the leg side to get off strike. Floated up outside the off stump.
And most times I realize in 4-day matches, balls pitch outside the off stump. Most of the times umpires don't call wide. Probably have to really go outside the crease.
Floated straight. Django defends again into the leg side. No run. And of course, in the red ball format, there is a bit more leeway in terms of the wides that are called. And
it's a batsman game.
Playing straight back to Django, watchful. A maiden over from Joshua Bishop. So the next over would be to be faced by Tion Webster, and he's made his intentions clear. As we mentioned prior, 56 for 4, 3 runs for victory needed by the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force.
Well, I believe Tian Webster is either going to hit a 4 or 6, knowing the nature and the capacity of a batsman that he is. He strikes the ball well, especially when he's going straight, and he's very confident too when he's going for his aggressive strokes. So I believe, but in any event, however it finishes, once they just get that 3 runs required, that is what matters most. It doesn't necessarily have to be a 4 or 6.
Ashmead Ned continues. You'll have some other ideas. Slow this delivery. And they're still chatty and positive in their energy, the academy. Webster swings this one straight over the head of the umpire, over the head of the bowler, and hands aloft. The fist, the pump of the fist in the air by Amir Jangu tells you that this boundary straight down the ground by Tion Webster has meant an outright victory here for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force on the third afternoon of the second round encounter by 6 wickets.
Well, just before he delivered released that delivery, I said, Tion Webster's seeing his reputation, I just thought he would have struck a 4 or 6. But in the end, he struck the 4. It was just 3 runs required. So Trinidad and Tobago Red Force defeating the West Indies Academy right here at the Connery Cricket Centre. 6 wickets standing. And they have eventually won the game outright here at the Connery Cricket Centre by some 6 wickets.
Indeed, and a welcome victory for Trinidad and Tobago, if nothing else, because of that truncated affair against the Guyana Harpy Eagles in the first round of the 2024 season of the 4-day championship, the CWI 4-day championship. And it's definitely been a pleasure being here with you, Victor. Definitely been a pleasure being alongside Mr. Gary as well. And just to give you a little update of some of the other scores around the tournament as the players go through the customary congratulations and handshakes. All smiles for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, and some things to talk about for the West Indies Academy. I remember the Academy, this is the first time that they're playing a red ball cricket, and it's a young unit, and they have a lot of learnings to get and go through the tournament. And just to give you some updates, the Jamaica Scorpions and combined campuses and colleges, 331 the Scorpions in reply to the colleges and campuses, 307 on first innings. The CCC are now 66 for 6. So Jamaica looking to press forward for a victory. Restricting CCC this afternoon would mean that they only have a small target to go against. Out at Warner Park, the Leeward Islands have been bowled out for 295. So that means with a 5-wicket haul for Kevlon Anderson, their captain, the Guyana Harpy Eagles, the defending champions, will need 455 runs for victory. And they're already 5 without loss. They still have a couple hours to go before the close of play today. And of course, earlier in the afternoon, we informed you that the Volcanoes, the Windward Islands Volcanoes, would have completed victory over the Barbados Pride by 9 wickets. So definitely it has been wonderful to be here with you in so far as so many great performances in this one, centuries from Jed Gooley, half centuries by Teddy Bishop and Vikash Mohan, wickets for Ashmead Ned, wickets for Jaden Seals, coming back into competitive first-class cricket after injury, and so many things to talk about. But for now, we're going to bid you so long and farewell, and we look forward to next week, Wednesday, when we get on the way with round 3 of the CWI 4-day championship, with the games expected at Warner Park, Coolidge in Antigua, and Sabina Park in Jamaica, and Chedwin Park in Jamaica. But until then, on behalf of all the match officials, the entire production team, the scorers, the groundsmen, and everyone here at Connery, we bid you adieu, and we'll see you next week for round 3.